All right. We are about to get this bad boy started. So, we're going to be short one, but that is perfectly all right. All right. So give me a sec and we'll get this bad boy started. All right. All right. All right. Let's get this bad boy started. I'm letting them finish up their pre-game, as it were. So, who would like to do the recap?
Okay, where were we? So let's see. We were heading over to the magic shop at the beginning of the session to talk to Sarissa, the woman we learned is a dragon, about Little One and about the astral sea, because we were told she might know something about the astral sea, which if we choose to go there, that is where Cha's key seems to unlock something, and where Zed's crew is. And who knows what else. We went over there, we talked with her, we got some impressions of whether, of her hiding her stature as a very powerful dragon, just kind of downplaying her ability and strength and acting kind of timid, but she really isn't. And she was very interested when Zed told her about the skewered mist dragon that we found in Dale. and wanted to go there immediately and was interested in how little one has been doing, and we're trying to ascertain whether or not she's trustworthy, or if she really just cares about her kind, or if there's a secret motivation that could be sinister behind it. We're not exactly sure, but we seems like we were starting to veer toward trusting her, and then maybe introducing little one to her to see how she reacts to him or to them, and take it from there whether we'll lead her to this place where she could potentially help that dragon, or release its soul, or whatever curse it's under, that it's still alive but skewered by this gigantic tower of a sword. We could also learn some more things about that little area that had some weird magic stuff going on, potentially. And then let's see. Kozik bought himself an awesome horned helm where he can translate all languages. And the Saudi gave him some shit about it, but he did it anyway. We were all proud of him for it
Yeah.
because that was cool. He went ahead. Um, Niavara, quote, "What is a family but six adventurers in trench coats?" In which Cha interpreted six strangers in trench coats. That was a hilarious moment. Cha was talking to Opal about magically infusing his staff, and then learned that what Opal could do with those, and then we discovered that Sadia has no magical items to speak of, and so she gave Sadi an infusion on her sword, which is really cool to make it magical.
It's a flashbang now.
Sorry, also bought a wand of fireballs, or necklace of fireballs.
The necklace, that's right.
7
was
to
fun.
be specific.
Right? Wasn't that like the maximum amount you could get?
Yes.
Yeah.
1d4
That
plus
was
3.
cool.
It's a horrifying thing that Sari has in her possession now.
But she
No,
didn't understand how powerful it was.
I don't think she does. Isn't there some caveat with that thing where you can use the whole thing at once for an enormous explosion? I thought I'd read about that necklace before, but
Yeah,
I
it's like pulling all the pins on a grenade belt.
Opal did notice that Cha had something strange going on with his magical aura while he was expressing some of his magical power, which Cha himself did not notice, but Opal was kind enough to share that with Cha, and we're not exactly sure what that is from or how long that's been there. Has it always been there? Is it part of his nature? Is it something new? Is it because he wrote his name in blood in a magical book, potentially? And I believe that was kind of where we left off. We went back to to talk about Sarissa and her desire to go to Dale. We talked about our
So-
desire to go to Dale.
So, as I recall, that wasn't where we left off. Where we actually left off is that we had gone back to the Lofty Highborn. Cha
Right.
elected to leave to go on a date. Right, he's meeting up with his girlfriend.
Yes.
The rest of us had sort of hunkered down at the bar for the night. Niavar was nervous, and we had the specific endpoint of Cha, I think, ended the session rolling a quick perception check because as the session was wrapping up, you saw, and we don't know who. There's a cliffhanger.
Oh yeah, there was something going. What was that cliffhanger? I forgot.
It was there was a person that you saw in the street, but we don't know who.
Okay, gotcha. And then I know Cha wanted to go on his date, but then come back. I think we might have gotten it to the point. Oh, maybe we didn't, where he came back. But he wanted to come back and also keep an eye out for the whoever was messing with, was trying to mess with Niavara, his sibling or whoever they are.
So
there was something we were looking at as well. Like I remember the cliffhanger we left off at had something to do with Kozik, like opening something or
I thought it was
Yeah,
Chaw
that's kind of
seeing
what I
something.
remember. I thought it was opening something or looking at something.
Kozik, any thoughts? Any memories? Because I'm drawing a blank. Daylight savings time is my mortal enemy, and I would snuff out the sun if I could.
Oh my goodness, we
Not
need to
really.
cancel that daylight savings thing. Kozik, you're muted again, unless it's just me who can't hear him.
Can you all hear me?
Kozik. Yes, hi. Do you remember what your cliffhanger was? What were you trying to open, if you can recall?
Whoa. What was it?
Were you trying to open something? Because I thought I remember that
I
Chaw
remember
was
us
seeing someone
opening
in the
something.
club.
Yeah,
Like
what
we
was
all
that?
gathered around a table, and Kozik had something, and we were all hyping him up to open it, and then Cube went, and that's a perfect place to leave the game for now.
Was it like a case or something?
Was it me even? Let me look at my character sheet.
I don't know why I didn't write that down, but I remember the cliffhanger.
Could it have been Zed? Did Zed have something he
I
was
thought it
holding
was
on
Zed.
to?
Was it Zedrin? Zedrin, do you recall?
I'll go look at the last session at the very end and see if I can spot it.
See,
I remember it
again,
being
I think
I remember it being Kozik because it reminded me of the similar cliffhanger when Zed was gonna open the box when we were in the ruins.
Right.
It was like just a really similar thing. I specifically remember, like Opal was saying, we were huddled around Kozik and he was about to open something.
Let's see. I'm looking at all the loot here. There's no more context than that. That it was just something. I think we're gonna need some help from the DM on that one.
Oh, there's a box. Yeah, there's a box. I'm at it in the old session. I'm at it. Go.
Where did the box
It's a
come from?
box. Kozik opened it, and that was where we stopped. Okay, it's a box, but I don't remember what the box was.
it was quite late,
It was pretty late.
and I usually have pretty good memory.
Yeah, you usually remember pretty well a lot of details.
But it's failing me right now. Daylight savings time. Go away.
So where were we at? We were still in
We
the
were
shop.
at the we were at the Lofty Highborn. We had just gotten drinks at the bar. We had sat down to talk. We were all sort of like discussing things. Niavara was off. I believe that Zedrin was like, Tiffany had just come over to say hi. But she had work, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So she flitted off. Like I said, I thought we had swapped over perspectives to Chaw briefly, and it was Chaw that we left the hanger off on. That's what I recall. But everyone else seems to
Chaw had a
remember
perception check, but failed whatever it was. Didn't see whatever it was.
at the very end.
Yeah.
Because I thought you were about to run into someone on the street.
We ended with the box. That was the last thing. Chaw had a perception
box,
check
though?
when he left to go to see Sarah.
Not the daylight
And
savings
then,
here.
I'm still trying to figure out what the box was. But then we went in. Then we went into the lofty highborn, and you all were sitting around this box at a booth, and that's where I'm checking it out.
What's in the box, man?
Yeah, what is in the box?
Tiffany floated over to put a box in our hands. That's all.
Really?
That's what I got. Tiffany floated over, gave us the box.
Oh, God.
She gave us a
Oh,
box.
I need to hydrate. 1 sec.
So it was whatever Tiffany gave us, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Delivery for the party, I guess. Who's
Miriam
it from?
gave
Just
it
tell-
to us. Miriam
Okay.
gave it to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Why
believed
did
in
I
you
choose
guys
that?
because I think
That was
everybody
fun.
elected Kozik to open it because he is known as the Toucher.
Oh, I have a reputation as going in headlong. Okay.
Right, I
Kind of
do
surreal
remember
to hear
that
all
funny
your
bit.
voices while listening to all your voices.
Mm.
Oh god, my own voice haunts me.
Poor
Well,
arm.
Ever how
Lamaui
we
then.
hear it ourselves. So yes, Kozik is the toucher. We wanted him to touch.
A Tiffany box sounds expensive. Well, Tiffany is a reoccurring NPC that one of the players has. Well, I should say players. One of the players' characters has a relationship with,
All right.
He
So
opens
so-
the box.
and she
All
is
right,
also the proprietor
is
of
everyone
the
in the chat?
higher end tavern and inn.
Yes.
Looks like
So,
it.
you know, she's
Hey,
a lovable character,
Opal,
depending on
can you
Hey.
go grab
people's
the
perspective
scissors
on how
from
I
the
do the
kitchen
voice.
counter, like the sewing scissors? I don't want to go downstairs again.
What
Well, there are
must
too
you
many
do this to me?
realities blending here. This is like. Is this like
I could
So-
call
Yeah,
him
this is
G
out of
to
game?
Figured I'd get you a little up
clarify.
to date if you haven't followed, 60 episodes.
They're those nice ones that
So,
she says
yeah,
not to
Tiffany's
ever
sort of
use
a-
on things that are not
the owner
fabric
of the
materials.
Lofty Highborn,
Yeah, I'll
the
be right
high end tavern and inn.
Which ones are you
Um,
looking for?
The ones that are used for sewing.
one of the
like,
PCs,
fabric.
is in the the relationship. She's a fairy, he's a human. So
They're the
finger
they're the
guns.
really
I'll let
sharp
you
ones
figure out how that works.
Mom put under threat of death.
Yeah, ain't touching them. You can deal with that.
Alrighty. Alright, I was explaining getting a chat caught up with who Tiffany is, because that was a little bit of a question. So Kozik, you reach for the box that Tiffany put on the table. It's it's very nice. It's very ornate. It's fitting for a noble. Like, it's jeweled. It's clean cut. This is definitely high quality. Just looking at it, just touching it. This is the kind of stuff that you would expect back at home. Granted, it's not of dwarven make, but it's up to par. And you just sort of reach for it, and you pop the lock, and inside there are 6 little medallions. And they all have basically, imagine if you zoomed out Zareth, it's basically like a little image of Zareth on each of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's in the box. They're very fancy looking medallions, though.
Wow, look at this. There's 6 medallions. Does that mean there's one for each of us?
Oh, that's ominous. Niavara examines them. What does she see? Like, is there any recognizable symbols on
There's-
them? Are they identical?
They're all identical. All of the town, or the city, I keep saying town, the city of Zareth. And since you're observing it, like when you open the box, you kind of think to like a lot of the symbology you've seen, and the most recent time that you've seen, this kind of elegance and symbology and iconography was in Lady Miriam's palace.
Okay,
It
so
must-
these are marks that are Lady Miriam's. It must be.
It must be a sign of her gratitude. Wow. Looks really nice.
One for each of us. Nevar picks one up. Does
Also,
it
you guys
have
about
a
to
pin
get
on the
ads
back?
in 20 seconds.
Is it like a badge?
I can't stop the Bezos from taking the ads. Yeah, you kind of ascertain it. Maybe it's a badge or some kind of maybe. You think back. You know what? Actually, no. Give me a history check. Let's see if you
Okay.
think back.
Man. Sucks that Nevar
Oh,
is one
shit.
of the most perceptive people in the party, but not the smart one. Uh-oh.
Would you like
I
help
gotta
with that?
update something.
You should probably. Nevar will actually mention it. She's gonna be like, I swear I've seen this before. I swear that I know what this
Holy
is.
shit! What was?
Oh, 1 second. I need to turn Force Dark Mode off.
Wow.
But it definitely
Well,
escapes her, I have a feeling.
Well, first off, before we get into that, who got the inspiration?
Oh, it's a great question. Who did get the inspiration? I feel like Chaw should have for doing the majority of the recap.
He went back
Oh,
and,
I think we all. I
researched.
think we all should roll. We should all roll for it. That's fine. 1, 2, 3,
One
4.
history
There's
roll
5
coming
of
up.
What
us.
is that crunchy sound?
24. Because that was my first thought. Have we seen anybody else wearing these before?
So with a 24,
Okay, I'll take it.
just take it.
with the 24, this specific symbol, not so much, but the shape and the craft of the medallion seems very similar to the same kind of thing that Vine Spirit sort of carried, the same as
Tamara?
Marge.
Oh.
Oh. Interesting.
Hmm.
Sounds so crunchy. What
No
is
wonder
going
they
on?
seemed familiar. We've seen them.
How do we
We've seen
turn-
things
yeah.
like them before.
How do we turn down the dice noise? I don't know why it's so loud all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. Like,
I noticed that too.
Did it
What was that?
like explode for you guys? For me, it's
Yeah,
the
it was-
same as it's always been.
it
Super
rolls
loud.
once and then it's just like gets real crunchy.
I'm actually hearing it through other people's microphones, which is really wild to me.
Here, let's test
That
something.
was my experience too. Yeah, it was like double amplified.
Let's roll a d20.
Whoa,
It,
surreal.
yeah, I heard the crunchy sound effect of it, like being through somebody else's mic.
Sounds like a death rattle. Second time. Seen it
This
almost
might just be a
sound and then-
me experience, but has
Yeah.
anybody ever like put a dice into their mouth and just like put it against your teeth and it made that noise?
I'm gonna try one. I need to.
Opal, don't stick plastic things in your mouth.
Make me.
Did you guys hear the
It's very,
crunchiness
very
there?
difficult to do.
I did
No.
not.
Better that time.
No, didn't. Okay, I'm gonna roll a persuasion check to make sure Opal doesn't put plastic dice in her mouth anymore.
That was
You ready?
a player thing, not a Opal thing.
He's not angry about it, so he's gonna do persuasion instead of intimidation. Here we
Yeah,
go.
I'm
It's
not
not-
angry. I'm disappointed, and wow.
Yeah, it didn't
Apparently it
do
doesn't
that
work.
sound.
Get him out of the way.
Well, there we have it.
How do we get 4 4s in a row?
I got 2 of the 4s,
I know, that's
Which
what I'm
means
asking.
Dice
I am-
goblins.
which means
I
I'm
mean, yeah.
raring up for a good roll. I'm gonna try one more time
Dice
just to
goblins
see
on
if
this
the
site.
crunchy dice roll sound is a thing. No
Nope, didn't
crunchy?
hear it.
No
No
crunchy.
crunchy.
Uncrunch.
Well, I didn't really do anything, so
That was super
Hmm.
I like
weird.
that it's called crunchy though. It's kind of.
I mean, I just called it crunchy because it kind of sounded like somebody like eating chips like in your ear, like when it was making that sound.
You know, I'll admit to not being as familiar with that as maybe others are. I think I would probably hit someone if they ate chips next to me. Really loud. Tempting.
Roll an attack.
Nice.
You're too far away, it's not worth it.
But yeah, feel free to keep RPing. I gotta fix something apparently.
Well, I, for one, would be proud to wear Lady Miriam's medallion. And I put it around my neck.
Neovar is going to like purposely not mention the fact that like wasn't Lady Miriam specifically part of the task force that helped,
We'll go with this for now.
take down some of his lady.
Well,
That's an interesting point. How is she gonna feel about you having Lady Miriam's necklace on?
Gotta fix this.
I guess
Gonna
we'll
bug
have
me.
to see. To me, that just seems like that's politics. I feel like we're above that.
She'll pick one up and put it in her pocket with all of her other coins because, she doesn't like to wear her affiliations on her chest, if you will. Just on her face.
Okay, fixed. I fixed it.
Opal will take one and just put it into a pocket for future use.
It looks like it's real gold. Wow. The craftsmanship is exquisite. You just put it in your pocket like that? Just casually? This is something that you come upon every day, huh?
Well,
Wow.
I don't think
Kozik,
you're
it
supposed
was
to
in a
flaunt
box
it.
moments ago.
That's
A
true enough.
pocket. A pocket is not much worse. Nor is it worse.
Besides, Kozik, not all of us are nobles. We're not used to flaunting it all the time.
That may be true. And I kind of am looking at the medallion. Oh, that's nice. Oh, look, I can almost see myself in it. Okay.
Fan art, please.
One day, if
and
ever I blow
Zedrin?
up.
What do you feel about our new toys here?
He won't. Zed's gonna turn it over and flip it around in his hand and see if it like opens or there's any sort of weird compartment or anything.
Oh, trick to it.
Nope, it just seems like this jeweled medallion, maybe a little bit of jade, maybe some amethyst.
I have a
Lots of
feeling you'll need
gold.
to keep that away from little one.
Possibly. Zed'll put it around his neck, but he'll tuck it like under his couple different layers that he has on.
Aha, so someone puts it on at last.
Kozik did.
Oh dear, I must have missed it when I was trying to fix something. In that case, don't worry, I fixed the thing. So for those of you who choose to put these medallions on, once you place them around your neck, the chains themselves just slowly vanish, and the location of these medallions just sort of shifts to like, the right or left, breast, depending on your preference, I suppose. Doesn't really matter. And if you actively want them to be hidden, then they just kind of vanish. You can still feel it like under your clothing and stuff, but it's just not blatant. Think of them as the badges, like Star Trek badges, like they're just always attached to a uniform, but they
They're
don't require
attached
like
to
a chain.
uniform, but they're able to be pulled out at a moment's notice.
Correct.
Are they similar at all to the other necklace that Kozik ended up getting?
Which one? From where?
Well, that had, because you bring up the chain,
Oh, the periaps.
and the other necklace had like something similar with the chain as well, I think.
I have an amulet of this may be a typo of proof against detection and location.
Yeah, it's something else.
There was something that it was like the chain either would like stretch or be invisible or something. Like you found a really ornate necklace. I don't know if it was a gift from someone or if we just found it somewhere.
And it was let's see. I think I wrote something
there it
about this. A silver case engraved with vines and flowers, exquisite craftsmanship. Inside the case is a marble with an invisible cord attached that appears to be a necklace. So yeah, that's that.
So kind of similar chain sort of thing, but
You're
maybe...
right. So it's an invisible chain of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah. So that one, the chain is just the chain that's invisible. These from Miriam are actively relocating.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like they just dangle there and there's no chain. It's the chain disappears and the object itself is relocated. So it's not necessarily bound by gravity. If say the chain's just invisible, it's actively like placed on you.
Nice.
Huh, interesting. Seeing that happened, Opal will actually put hers on. She was thinking about it in a way of wanting to hide it, but be able to pull it out in case she needs to show it to somebody. But putting it on and seeing that happen, she'll be more than happy with it.
I instinctively tap it, and I say hello.
There's no response.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I just did that. It just felt like the right thing to try.
Step number 1.
Exactly.
Testing, if you will.
Damn it, Rika.
In my ready room.
Niavara will she's half a bit of it back in the box. She does not like the idea of it. But she's like, all right, we'll keep the box for Cha and Sorry when they get back here, I suppose.
Let's see if I can.
That's interesting. So I guess that means we're like part of her official units in some capacity.
She's going to have Jamaharon with our brains.
I mean, Tiffany's just kind of floating around now.
Oh, back to work. The 9 to 5.
Hey, she's got a busy tavern.
Iavara, didn't you say that you had some business with Tamara
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yep, tomorrow morning.
Tamara tomorrow.
All right. So we got to try and figure out, I guess. I'm not really sure what these things do, but going forward, we'll probably, I don't know if Charles going to be out for the whole evening or what, but try and decide whether we want to bring a little one over to the shopkeep, and then realistically what we're going to do about taking the shopkeep over to the dragon or not.
She leans back, settles as she considers the question, and she's like, okay, so my actual thought process in reference to the introducing little one to the dragon to the older dragon. It's more of a question of like,
Yes,
how
they
much
already
would you want to be able to meet someone from where you were from before? And also, like, if you had never met another human in your life.
I agree.
So those two questions. And then number 2, I guess we could ask Tamara tomorrow morning, like, her vibes on the dragon and the beholder. If not the beholder, then at least the dragon. Like, if Tamara thinks that she's trustworthy, I'm more inclined to say, like, okay, we should probably just let the little one figure it out himself.
I definitely agree with that as well. I feel like
Since we're
Tamara's
already
probably got
judge of
information on
character.
most anyone.
And besides, all else fails, you could make a deal with her like I did, and she sort of like rubs at her teal hair. The deals were not the worst thing in the world. It's not great, but it's also not horrible. She could have asked for coin. Barring that, and she leans back and considers again. Like I said earlier, we did talk all about Dale when we first came to town. To like just be totally completely clear, it's not like she would probably need our help to find the town itself. It's more of a how long it would take her to do it. We could show her exactly where it is and get on potentially her good side, or if she's truly like intention to do something malicious and wrong, she'll be able to do it herself on her own time and we won't be around to stop her. And or maybe feed her to some mimics.
Right. I guess part of it was we were thinking that we might be heading there anyway.
Mhm.
And so if we were, like, we'd bring her along and
So time of day.
we know how to get, or at least we know where we went to get to where that dragon was that she was trying to look at. So
It's near
yeah,
evening, so this is
that's
the perfect scene for that.
I guess the bit that's up in the air, but I do agree with the fact that Tamara's probably going to know something about Sarissa.
So it sounds like we just have to wait until then. Chala said he would be back tonight, but like 50-50 on that.
Right.
I know enough about the activities of the night to have an understanding of things.
100%.
The activities of the night.
100% he's going to return. Gosh. You
He's not
guys.
even here to defend his honor.
I know, so I'm going to do it for him. I'm here.
Play your character to intervene. And she'll clarify, like, yes, night activities, the things that you do with, between two consenting adults in the middle of the night. Yes, I'm aware of these things. Sometimes for money, sometimes for love, sometimes for pay, sometimes for not.
Did you have that quote, like, ready?
No.
That was like incredible. It was like a whole philosophy. Sorry, just amazed.
I am a spy. I get around quietly, not noticing, taking note of everything, though. And she'll look around again, which is why I'm so bothered that someone got to us and we didn't know them. Mad. Pissed, actually.
Badge.
However, that's fine. We will be able to be done soon enough. And we'll go to the asshole sea and, like, I don't know. Punching one of those squid guys, having some calamari sounds like fun.
Or
I
getting
don't
your
know
brain
anything
eaten.
about these. She doesn't know anything about mind flayers.
Some of you do.
They can't be any scarier than stuff that goes down in the Underdark.
Oh.
I'm having flashbacks to our Spelljammer session. Cute.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just like tugging on my collar, like, ooh, yeah, ooh.
Having
Mia
flashbacks
Vara
to
is
beginning of Critical Role.
confidently wrong is like part of her core character.
I'm wrong, but you're wronger.
Well, it's a player character. Obviously, I know all about the terrors of mind flayers. But
Nuh-uh, no you don't. No, nuh-uh, no,
Nuh-uh.
Better roll for it if you want to know.
Astral mind flayer.
as a player, not as a character.
I know. I still said it.
Ooh, RTM's spicy tonight.
Ooh.
Evil DM.
He's gotten influenced by
Hostile
some of his new
DM.
books.
Remember at the 0 session when I said I take creative liberty on everything in the game? That was anyway. Continue.
That's a fact.
So, barring that, Sari's out for the night. Cha is like mostly probably out for the night. We could probably just go to bed for now and wake up tomorrow, refreshed, renewed, because it sounds like what we're going to do is we're going to talk to Samira, make our decision whether or not to bring Sarissa along, and maybe go back to Dale. Unless something like dire. Oh, the other thing we were thinking about doing was picking up one of those jobs that we were offered for money.
Right. We could try and do something.
But that sounds like something we should discuss with Cha, and again, in the morning after we discuss with Tamara about Sarissa, and whoever the fuck. And she calms down, purposely, collects herself. Whoever it is that is stalking us. And from
Spicy
there,
DM.
I might go on some sort of vengeance quest. But I could just easily not.
Oh, speaking about someone keeping their eyes on us, be mindful of that when we're sleeping. Don't nod off during your watch or anything.
Oh,
I'm not pointing that at anyone. I'm just saying generally we got to keep that in mind.
has someone been nodding off in their watches?
Well, no, I meant it more like analogously as far as we're in the lofty highborn and this place is pretty secure, but it's obvious that, well, we're still getting letters delivered directly to us and things, so just merely saying.
Sounds
Man,
like
I'm
they're
about to go have to
formulating a
tell your
plan.
girlfriend that you're saying that her establishment is a little bit worrisome. She tisks, feigning disappointment.
People do know where we are, though.
Oh, yes.
We can be found.
Some of that was intentional, to be clear.
I remember.
And then I also suppose, like, if Lady Miriam has attached those things to you, and she points to Zed and Kozik's chests, I wonder what it'll mean for us. Will we actually be able to leave the city? Or, like, are we going to be, like, beholden to some of her will?
It could very well be something we asked Tamara as well.
Yeah.
She might know a bit about what these things are. I don't feel like
Sigils
it's
of some
something that's
variety.
meant to necessarily keep us here. However, it might be something more along the lines of being able to keep an eye on us.
Oh, like
Maybe
a
more
scrying
directly.
tool.
Now, she does have a bunch of scryers.
Hmm. Well, I suppose I can just cover it in tinfoil and call it a day.
Well, I wear mine proudly.
Okay. And you're a warlock, meaning that some of your judgment can't be called into question at will.
I disagree, but
Zed's
I'm
gonna
proud.
tap his.
I'm proud to be
The
associated
ongoing
with
argument.
Lady
Zed's
Miriam.
Zed's is like under his leather or his his armor, but he's gonna like tap his chest where it is. Beam me up, Kozik.
Whoa.
Referencing his Eldritch blasts.
That's true.
Incredible.
Probably also referencing how you summon Cha.
Oh, that was great.
So, what's the plan, party?
Well, in any event, we were waiting until tomorrow, for even if Sarissa wanted to leave right away, we were going to wait to meet up with Tamara. So I guess we're doing bar stuff, or I don't know what else is going on.
Well, we could probably sit around and maybe have a few drinks and some snacks or something. See if Chaw pops back in, and if it starts to get too late, we'll just get some rest and
Assume that he did
head out in
his
the morning.
activities of the night. And yeah, we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah, Bar, you're so naughty.
How long are these night activities supposed to last?
I mean, all I know about them is that really and truly, they are one of the best times to sneak into someone's room when they are not paying attention.
See.
If you want to steal something really good from someone, or like, say, like myself, you're stealing something mundane, like a button from a shirt on the floor, they're not keeping track of those things.
No, they've left it there for you. It's easy to pick up.
Precisely. I don't actually stick around to watch, though, so no, I couldn't tell you how long those are. I assumed that most adults could figure that out on their own.
Mileage vary.
Zed is like picked up whatever mug is in front of him. He doesn't even care what's in it, and he's just like pouring it into his face to try and avoid this conversation.
Mia Bar is laughing, and she's like, Zedrin, come on. You were a pirate of all things. I've heard enough stories to know.
Look, liquid goes all over the place.
Classic beer spray.
Mm-hmm.
You see, yeah, foam and everything is just pouring out of his mouth and is like covering his beard. He's just kind of like, oh, it looks like I need another drink, and he's just gonna get up and go back to the bar.
Niavara will, in fact, laugh at him and the antics. More or less. Amused that she got that sort of reaction out of him for talking out of her side of her mouth. She's not really saying anything she means.
And at that point, you can, this in the Lofty Highborn, there's the little, not the ballroom, but the, I lost the word that was in my head, like the little dance
floor?
area.
Mm-hmm.
Dance floor?
Yeah, that thing, that dance floory
word.
thing. I think you dance on.
The dance floor.
You definitely notice that they've set up like a little stage, and atop the stage is a woman that you recognize.
Oh?
It is the
that
lady
woman
who
Yeah.
has no voice. And at that point, you can
Right.
hear the sounds of like an entire orchestral piece being played. Very soft. It's very calming. Almost a little bit like elevator music. It's not overbearing, but it's very noticeable. And it's just kind of brings this softness to the Lofty Highborn as she just kind of opens her mouth and starts to quote unquote sing, and it's just this entire orchestral piece is her voice.
Wow, cool.
And yeah, that's about it. That's all that's happening there. She's on stage tonight.
Oh, that's an interesting party trick. I can't possibly do that. Can you?
Sorry, what was the question? Or
Can you do that with your mouth?
no.
I can do voices. I can throw my voice, but I can't do that.
Do we smell
Tina.
Elrune anywhere?
Not inside.
I was thinking the same thing. The
Are
last
people
time we
liking the
saw him, we like
performance?
bought him a beer, and then he took off, and then there was a bar fight.
Oh, people are captivated by it. Like, some people who are having conversations at their individual tables just kind of turn and seem to appreciate the very interesting performance.
Well, it's no surprise she has such a following. She's incredible.
And
You into that?
like one of the, like, if you're trying to get like an image sort of thing, just not necessarily as the character, because we know what she looks like, but imagine the opera singer from The Fifth Element. Like, imagine all the beats that were
Right.
playing while she was singing is also a part of her vocals. For those of you who
Just
remember that
watched
movie.
that one. Just watched it again.
Timeless.
Great scene.
But yeah,
She is.
I mean that's really the only thing that stands out. She has a captive audience.
Captivated. I wonder if she would like to have a drink. Maybe that's being presumptuous, though. I'm not sure.
I mean, shoot your show out, Kozak. You're a nobleman.
Well, I'll go up to the lady Tiffany and ask her to hey, would you I'd like to buy a drink for that great singer. Just put it on my tab.
Tiffany nods. Totally, I could do
All
that.
right, that's
Totally.
Totally.
I could totally. Oh my god.
she may not even like strong drink, but I don't know. Whatever. Maybe she'll like it.
Like, I've seen her drink like a lot, so I'm pretty sure she can like handle it.
Well, oh, okay. And I kind of blushed a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. Okay.
You're blushing so hard it's
I
showing in
walk
your
away.
beard.
The beard is
Somehow
changing
it's
colors.
changing color. It's the Feywild. Anything can happen.
Like a mood ring, but it's a beard.
Kind of a horrifying image.
I think it's a funny image. Just
Very.
yes.
That
Not-
mood beard.
Somebody gets really sad. Their beard just turns a shade of blue.
Remove curse.
And then, Tiffany flies around and serves beverages and like she may own this place, but she's also the kind of boss that will be in the trenches with her workers,
Mm-hmm.
as it were.
Nice job. Smooth job, Kozak. I think it'll work out well for you. I mean, considering the success rate of our current party members.
Oh, come on. I'm not there's nothing mercenary about my actions. I just wanted to show my appreciation.
Huh.
You may not believe it, but I was brought up to be a very moral dwarf.
Which is,
The
you know what? I'm
irony-
gonna leave that one on the
that we were-
ground.
right? Right?
The irony that we were
I have
just
no
talking about
stake in
night
this.
activities.
Assessment.
Denial is a powerful drug.
So we'll switch the camera for a second to Cha. Feel free to give me a perception check as you're heading towards Sarah's house.
Yes. Okie dokie. And I did want to generally say that Cha was disturbed by Opal's statement about his kind of magical aura, and he wants to, in general, keep an eye on that. Try to get some insight into it as well. 10.
Okay. So you don't notice things. Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
but I'm also going to need another perception check for something different.
Alrighty.
Don't worry, this one's really easy.
Around.
Oh, of course, you get the easy ones of 23.
Oh my god. Come on.
So as you're making your way through Zareth, you know where Sarah's, you know where to go. You know, you've done this before.
Yeah.
And you see this individual just sort of curled up against like in like an alleyway. And it's this dark figure just with this, almost looks like a makeshift blanket over him, maybe like a trash bag-esque kind of thing. And he's just he's just kind of hunched over, rocking back and forth, but you can't see their face. You can't see like their body type or anything because it's like I said, it's pretty much covered. But you just see somebody like in the alleyway and they're just rocking back and forth. And they kind of, with that perception, they kind of like stop rocking as you pass the alleyway. But they don't look at you. They don't move in a way that they're otherwise acknowledging your presence.
But he was aware that they stopped rocking when he came by.
Yeah, you notice that.
So Cha does a double take. How often would we be seeing these kinds of things in Zareth? Like, does it seem that there's
You've never seen
a
this.
homeless population, or okay, we've never seen it. So Cha's gonna be aware of that and do a double take and stop, and just kind of stand there with his head tilted toward the person. I can imagine he's sort of. Is it dark at this point?
Oh,
Or
it's
dusk,
nighttime.
or-
I'm
Yeah,
using this
so-
scene specifically to represent time of day, which I was like, how can I determine time of day without having, a scene for every single absolute place you're at? And I was like, this is nighttime, so I'll use a nighttime background.
Sure. So Cha, like, I can just imagine his horns are sticking up, his long ears are sticking out, and he's just kind of very still, and his black eyes are like gazing toward this figure. And he's gonna slowly start stepping toward them.
They remain still. Like, even with that, like with your perception of 23, it's almost like they're completely frozen. Like, you don't even see the heaving of the chest or, kind of like the heaving of the back when somebody's inhaling and exhaling. They're just there.
Cha's has his fingers kind of lightly tapping on his staff as he steps a little closer. And he says, "Hey there, friend. You need some help over there?"
There's no response. The head twitches a little bit, like it's about to turn towards you, but it stops.
Cha's like, "Can you answer? Are you hurt? Are you in pain?" Cha's
No response.
he's wary, but he's also concerned because he knows that this isn't something you see around Zareth very much. So he's going to kind of look around. Is there anybody else on the streets at this point?
I mean, there's the occasional like people walking by, the night owls or the creatures that don't sleep / the creatures that only need very little sleep. It's not nearly as active, but there's still people.
Okay. So he's gonna look around and then he's going to step closer to the figure.
How close?
I think he'll get within about 10 feet. Just
So,
stepping very closely. If it makes any kind of strange movement, he's gonna do stuff.
ads in 30 seconds. I'm going to snooze it so you guys don't miss what's about to happen. Snoozed ads. Take that. So, as you get within 10 feet, the head, which you still can't see because it's a side view, but the head starts to turn towards you very slowly. And it seems like it's purposefully keeping its face obscured. But you did get a perception of 23. And you swear that you can see bits of a reddish tinted skin very akin to yours.
Well, this is albino.
Was he albino? Oh yeah. So it'll still be reddish
But it's like
tinted.
infernal, right? Like he
Yeah, it's like
recognizes
yeah.
infernal.
Kind of like that really dry tint.
Mm. Cha switches to infernal. He says, "Fuck. Like, reveal thyself," basically.
Riftaka, brother.
Cha kind of his eyes widen and he gets a wave of chills down his spine. Brother? Know me?
So as you respond, they lift forth their arm. It still has that reddish, very dry tint to it. And on their arm is a symbol, a tattoo, one you recognize of your order.
Ah, right. And Cha's like mouth sort of opens. He's like, "Oh my goodness!" And he'll kind of, yeah. So I would say, I don't know if he has a tattoo like that on him, Cha, but he would know it. Like maybe he would just do like a minor illusion and cast the symbol in the air, just very faintly with like a sort of a flash, and then have it fizzle out again. And then he'll come closer. Brother, show yourself.
I fear I cannot hear.
Well, what's wrong? The city's pretty safe.
I was sent to find you. It has been very long time.
Cha kind of furrows his brow and he's like, "Yes, it has." And he'll come into the alley, but he's gonna get very stealthy to look around and see if anyone's checking him out before he goes closer, and just kind of gonna stealth near the figure, kind of merge with the shadows a bit. What? Tell me your purpose. What's going on?
Tell me, brother, what was it that your family sent you away for?
Well, they didn't really send me away. I sent myself away.
Then you might know they are looking for.
For me? But well, I mean, I didn't share much back when I was part of the Reapers, but I faked my death, and I don't think they know where I am or that I'm even alive.
Brother, you walked the way of the shadow, but you trails.
Chuck kind of lowers his head and
About to get ads in
slides
20
down
seconds.
the
I'm
alley
gonna mute it.
wall.
Okay. No ads. I have one token
God,
left.
I thought after all this time, no one would even. I've started a new life. I've changed my name. Changed everything.
You can run from your past, but it will always catch up to you. You know, one day you will have to face what you've from. Understand
kinda-
this, correct?
Chop puts his hands on his forehead and just kind of nods. Feeling. I had a feeling something like this was coming. I've been running into other devils. And he looks up at his friend here. I ran into the Cartherin even.
Yes.
Here.
That was one of the easier to track.
Right. I couldn't get around that one very much. Well, how is Morgorod and the others? Are you all well?
We are all in hiding. Like I
Hiding?
said, your family is looking for you.
Do they know my connection to you?
I pray they do not.
Me too. Is that why you're in hiding, or is something else going on?
You know, as our order, if there is even potential threat of us being uncovered, we all go into hiding. Your missteps are what have driven us to need to. I am not angry, frustrated over it, but understand there are still consequences to act.
I, I understand, but I have barely shared anything about our order. Only with my closest friends. They're trustworthy. Only a few people. I don't know how anybody would know about the Reapers.
Then it sounds like we might have a spy in a spy network, Kofi.
Spy networks here? Someone's listening here in Zareth?
The head kind of shakes. Back at home.
What? Within the order?
Yeah. Nobody is immune to corruption. Nobody is immune to sway. You of all people will know this.
We took strict oaths and vows of connection, of fealty. Cha thinks about all of his friends from his team from the Shadow Reapers. He's trying to comprehend who might be some kind of a turncoat or spy of all of them. hardly believing it.
I can't. I can hardly believe it.
Cha, he reaches out his hand to take his brother's hand, and he's like,
I'm sorry. If anything I've done has compromised our order, what can I do? What are our orders from Morgorud?
Right now, remain hid. I take great risks just being here, giving you. Just understand where we are and the importance of remaining silent.
Yes, I understand. I won't share anything about our order. And I will be watchful. I have not shared very much at all, really. No one knows of our activities. It's almost like myth.
Even myth is born in some level of truth. Some are just more observant and decode better than others.
I wouldn't. My family. So they know I'm alive. They're looking. It changes everything. Everything.
Does it, brother?
I mean,
Cha looks at him really carefully, concentrated.
should we organize a strike against them?
With what army? You know your family's strength and pull.
Well, maybe I'll talk to my friends about it. They will need to know. I've shared with them about the Carthrin.
Tell me, have you encountered much of our kind recently? Entities from our...
Yes, too many times.
And he kind of lists the hell cow creature, the beast that was fought in the outside of Dale. That was an infernal creature.
The butler.
He talks the butler. That's right, the butler. He talks about the creatures in Dale that describes that traversing through other dimensions. Basically, they found even more underneath the city.
It's almost like they're amassing some kind of assault on this reality, on this dimension, or even across the planes. I don't know. There's something big. I can feel it, but I've destroyed everyone with my friends. We've destroyed them. And we've come across them. Everyone. They're all back in hell.
Then tell me, Cha, how much do you trust your friend?
Cha lifts his eyebrows. He's like,
Implicitly.
Then perhaps they are the only ones you can trust now. Give me a history check.
sure.
14's good enough. Upon him just asking you these questions and this conversation going on, these words ring louder in your mind, in your memory, than anything else. And it was the words that Tio Moonblade uttered to you. The warning.
Right.
I feel terrible. I've compromised our group somehow.
Cannot know for sure if it was you per se. Did not get much of an opportunity to research it, as it were.
I'll keep my eyes open. Is there a place I can report? I can leave messages with and he kind of, makes a little symbol in thieves' cant. Can carve symbols around to send little messages or something to try to keep you updated.
You know of our symbol and the power that it holds. Know how to use it. Trust. Oh, well, those of us who can be trusted. That you will do your best.
If my family knows I'm out here, I think we should start planning something. I'll talk about it with my friends, but if you can keep in contact with me. I've been all over the place. I've seen a lot going on. There's something big going on.
They shake their head. Unfortunately, this will be the only contact I will. At least in the foreseeable future.
I see. You honor me by coming. Thank you, brother.
And he nods. They have not found you yet. Just keep in mind what is around every bend. Every misstep you take, you know that they are looking. They will find trails.
Right. I guess I was naive to think I was beyond them. I won't forget again.
And they place a hand on your shoulder.
And Chop places a hand on their shoulder. Stay safe. Be well, my friend. To the Reapers.
To the
Chop like
Reapers.
does like the secret symbol.
But for now, they are not on your direct trail. So we will do what we can, but there is only so much we can do as a fractured order, as one might consider our situation.
Right. Well, if at all possible, send me messages of what I can do to assist or to clean up any messes or to weed out who might have betrayed us.
For now, I will say, stay alive. As you know,
And
there are
you.
things that can be worse than death.
Yes, I know.
And the wrath of your family, not one I personally like to partake.
Yes. Understood.
So with that, he stands up and he puts his hand on your shoulder one last time as he passes, kind of like in that cinematic two buddies passing each other, but the camera's like focused on like the two of them passing, and it's like this really almost dramatic moment, like we'll never see each other again kind of cinematic phase to it.
Right.
And they walk out of the alley and turn the corner and vanish into what little crowd there is.
Cha just waits in the alleyway and sits against the wall for a little bit.
And then, while you're doing that, we pan the camera back to the Lofty Highborn, where there's like
Nice.
this extreme juxtapose of the scene where now there's like cheering and music and people just being happy and enjoying the songs and getting drinks and beverages and enjoying themselves, and the parties just sort of sitting around and having their discussions and enjoying their beverages. Well, what's the party want to do? Because we could just as easily just say you guys want to call it a night or something, like if you can't think of anything.
So Kozik had tried to order the girl a drink. I'm assuming she's not singing the rest of the night. Does she get off the stage, do anything?
Yeah, eventually she gets off the stage and she doesn't really talk to anybody. She goes up to like Tiffany and she does like hand gestures and like points at certain things, like she's communicating non-verbally as best she can. Basically, she's I can't think of the language. Not braille.
Sign language.
Sign language, yeah. To which
Very
Tiffany seems to
sign
understand.
language.
Sorry, say again.
Nivar Fey sign language.
Yeah.
FSL, I guess.
Good
Yeah.
thing Kozik has this helmet that allows him to understand all languages.
Yeah. Nivar
Yeah.
will sort of point it out, like, "Ooh, look, Kozik, now's your chant, hot shot."
Okay.
Go state your courtly intent.
I have no intent. And I, yeah, if they're up there, I go up to the bar.
Yep, they're sitting there having a light beverage. Nothing alcoholic. Or at least you don't smell alcohol on it.
Ooh. Awesome. Well, I'm gonna order a whatever the fancy drink was. I don't remember what it was. It was some sort of a fancy name drink, wasn't it?
Give me a sec. That would be I have notes on this. Not the blacksmith. But yeah, those fancy beverages. I just gotta find it in my
I'll
notes.
get
There it
the
is.
fancy one.
So there was the lifted pinky. There was the high
Ugh.
chin, the fantastic frolickers, elegance incarnate, and as of now, chocolate milk.
I'll order an elegance incarnate from Tiffany.
All right, so Tiffany nods and basically she orders somebody else to do it, as she's sort of carrying like trays of beverages already. She's busy too.
Yeah, okay.
How big is the bar? Would you say?
Like how many seats, I guess.
Yeah. Because
So-
Zed, before we panned away, Zed left the table to go back up to the bar to get another drink. So I'm assuming Zed's still up at the bar. Is he close enough to where Kozik is to like potentially see what's going on, or is it packed and he doesn't even see Kozik over there?
I mean, so maybe go. Oh wait, because you went over there first. So Kozik would probably see you. You probably wouldn't see him because you
Okay.
were already seated there. So
I'm
whether or
up
not he
at the
sat
bar,
close to
right.
you, then that would be up to Kozik, I suppose.
Sure.
Well, I assume that you were going up to talk to the singer.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if Zed would notice that, if it was like a couple seats down from him, or if he's just kind of at the bar in the midst of all of the.
You know, give me a
revelry.
perception check. That'll answer this question real quick. We'll let the dice decide. There you have it.
I have a +7.
Then it was clearly meant to be.
All right, so yeah, he's just chumming it up with the fellas at the bar.
But yeah, I approach the singer in a non-threatening way.
And they look at you non-threateningly.
Okay, that's good. I say, good evening. My name is Kozik, Sir Kozik Deepshaft, a dwarf, and I just had to say that, you know, you're so talented. You really performed well up there tonight.
I'd say like she's sort of standing up a little bit, leaning against the bar maybe. And when you walk up to her and say that, she smiles a little bit and bows. She doesn't really use any words.
Do you remember? Actually, you met our party in the forest a while back, and we came into town at the same time as you and your companion, a sort of interesting fellow.
So when you mention like he came into town at the same time, she nods, and then you mention interesting fellow, and there's like a little bit of a scoff, like, yeah, I know.
Well, anyway, well, it looks like you have a beverage already, but please, there's one for you. It's on my tab. Just ask Lady Tiffany for it.
She smiles again and like reaches out to shake your hand.
Oh, I'm unused to such gestures out here in the wilderness, and I shake her hand.
It's a perfectly normal handshake, don't worry.
Oh, what a relief.
Context for Goose. You get it.
So okay, well, I say, yeah, if I or my party can be of any service to you, please just let us know. We've been staying here at the inn, and you can leave a message for us, or sometimes you can even find us here.
So she kind of reaches into like a pouch and she pulls out like this kind of, I mean, it's not bad, it's not amazing, but like a little business card. And it just says Elrune's Talent Agency. And then she like
Okay.
hands it to you.
I accept it with both hands in the politest way I know how. And oh, great. Thank you. Well, anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'm sure you have a lot of fans here, so. But thanks so much. You're great.
She
And I
smiles
kinda
and
back
nods
off.
again and just kind of like bows.
Oh, by the way, I hesitate, I guess, to but what was your name again?
She kind of points at the card that she gave you.
Uh-huh.
Like on the front it says Elrune, and then she kind of gestures to like flip it over.
Okay.
And I'm guessing you do so. And you flip the card over and it says Tina the Bard.
Ah. Tina. Yes. What a mellifluous name. Well, that's so great. Thank you so much. And I kind of bow a
Tina
little
and
bit,
Tiffany.
and
Different.
I retreat,
Retreat.
and I go back to where Niavara is, and I say, "Look, I got her card."
Dude, OOC, that went way better than last time.
You're learning,
100%.
Kozik.
What?
Remember last
By
time
the
we
way,
were at
do
the
you serve a
fair
Dark
and you went
Lord?
and you hit on someone and you were like, you immediately like called out.
You got
You
it.
like got like
patron.
super political and like almost racy, and you were just like playing so innocent, and they were like super offended off the bat. It was kind of a big thing.
I was forced into that interaction.
That is true.
Much
That is
better,
true.
Kozik. Good
Kozik just
form.
wanted a hot and dog.
Yeah. Kozik does so much better when they can't talk.
It went great.
Good use of the word mellifluous as well. Beautiful.
Tina. Hmm.
An ancient
All right. Well,
name.
I'm flying high right now, so I'm good.
You're gonna call it while you're ahead.
Yeah. I don't know what. I mean, I'm gonna finish my elegance personified or whatever.
And then go to bed.
Sure, I guess so.
Niavara will snicker. She kind of wants to ask Zed a question, but she's like, you know what? Sari's out for the night. Opal, what's your vibes?
I mean, it sounds like we probably will have a busy day tomorrow. Unless you have something planned, Niavara.
Oh, sacrificing the innocents to the god of blood.
I'm not
That's a
dense enough
joke.
to I am aware. I was about to say.
Oh, you're not dense enough to believe. Oh, I can't wait until later then. Okay.
I
I'll let
wasn't
you have
saying
that.
I wouldn't doubt you would do that. I was saying that I knew you were joking there.
Mm-hmm. I don't think Lady Miriam would tolerate it, and I don't want to find out what an archfey could do to me.
That is probably a great idea, Niavara.
Point being, I was planning on waiting on Chaw to show. Like, I was gonna give him like another hour, but if you guys wanted to head up after stuff, I think we can. I wanted to ask Zedrin a question.
Oh, gotcha. I can go get it. I can go get rest early. Or I can just wait here and listen to what you have to ask, Zed. Sitting alone
so
in a
now
bar
you
is...
see the points of eavesdropping. Hmm?
Oh, it's always been really interesting.
I thought you said it was offensive.
I said it was offensive, not that it wasn't fun. Two
And she
different
clutches
things.
her fake pearls like, Opal, I'm learning things about you. And your dad's wizard tower.
Hmm. You know, I never actually confirmed if he has one of those or not.
No, but you did implicitly imply that he did.
I guess we'll all see. Or, I guess you will all see.
Let me get a
It's ominous.
off drop.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
I
You'll
like
all
it.
see.
I guess you'll all see.
No, I'm not going movie villain. You'll all see.
Here,
Are you
I'll tell
though?
you.
Are you not though?
I'll
No.
tell you my question ahead of time if you actually did want to go to bed. I wanted to ask Zedrin what he'd do if he met his uh, biological parents, you could say.
Oh,
I'm sure that I was not as careful around you as I was around them. I have a feeling that you've put two and two together. So I'm not as afraid about saying something to you on the matter. And Kozik, I don't think that you can quite grasp what I'm saying.
I
On the
feel like
matter.
you're going to be pulling teeth there. Or it's going to be like pulling teeth to get Zedrin to answer. Though I'm fine to stay up longer.
Kozik?
Sleep is something I've learned is not as important as a lot of people say it is.
Hmm.
I'm an artificer. What do you think I do in my spare time?
Mess with things that'll certainly get you electrocuted at some point.
Exactly.
Try to fix things that aren't broken.
The classics.
Have you ever thought about giving a wizard tower legs?
Oh, have you?
Wow.
Is that why
Nice.
you aren't with your dad right now?
No. I did not destroy the house. I left of my own conscious choice and I wanted to do it.
So it is a wizard tower.
I said house.
Yeah.
I could tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and I'm fairly certain you would still be like, oh, but wizard tower.
Yeah.
He does not have a wizard tower.
I have a feeling there's something off about you that I can't quite put my finger on, but I'm going to keep my eyes as open as possible.
Hmm.
Because I like puzzles.
Let's see how long it takes you.
Mm. So I guess, like, here's the question. If you could meet your, like, true creator who, like, put you somewhere that, like, maybe they intended you harm or maybe they just didn't care what happened to you, what would you do if you met them again, as you are now?
True creator, I'd slap him in the face.
Oh,
Aside from that, ask him a few questions.
like what sorts of questions, I guess?
Hmm. I'd need to get them written down on a list.
Hmm. That's all I wanted to ask Zedrin, I guess.
Ah, I see.
And I don't think that Kozik has a useful insight on the matter, considering his backstory as a nobleman. Unless we learned something totally out there about Lord Kozik Deepshaft's actual biological origins.
No, I grew up in a nice, stable home with plenty to eat.
No. Like, what if you learned all of a sudden that, like, I don't know, your mother was a halfling and not a dwarf?
Oh, wow. Well, I guess I'd be okay with it.
Well, what would you say to her?
Should I accuse her of something?
No, I'm just asking, like, if you live your life all one way for up to this point and you learn something that shatters it, what do you do to the person who shattered it?
Well, do they deserve to be smote? Maybe. It depends on who shattered it. And what for? But in terms of true parentage, I can't see why that necessarily makes a difference. Our family bonds are sometimes beyond our true parentage.
No, I'm not saying otherwise. Obviously, I can understand that Zedrin's father is the captain for all intents and purposes. But if he were to, say, find out that his biological parents dumped him with pirates in the hopes that he would die, what would Zedrin do? How should he feel?
I would think he'd probably feel pretty low. But then he'd get over it.
Hmm.
What would you do?
Well, that's why I have to ask.
avoiding the question, I see.
Yes.
I believe you actually gave us an answer of what you would do to your biological parents the other day. Stab them to death, was it?
I didn't think you could speak Infernal Opal. Cough, cough.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that detail.
Body language told you that.
The body language.
I'm imagining.
You were going
50% of
stab.
Neovar's body language is stab, stab.
Yeah.
You know, I will just say it as like you would stab them. That's probably not a bad guess considering all of Neovar's energy. And she's like, I guess like that's my question. I guess that's why I'm asking. Cha seemed pretty disturbed when I said that. But I don't get why. If someone wrongs me, they wronged me.
That seems as true in hell as anywhere in the multiverse.
But
So
he
that does
seems
seem
so
different.
disturbed by the concept.
Hmm.
Hence my desire to want to ask Zedrin, especially because I guess like he has the most, we might call it relevant experience.
Well, it looks like he's almost done palling around with those locals up there at the bar.
God, what a fucking pirate.
He looks like he's having a great time.
Versus us.
Huddled over the table.
Three people huddled in a corner talking to each other. I think we look far more suspicious than anything. I think we're the weirdos.
I mean, I know I am. I'm not
Eh.
attempting to be anything else.
I lived with my father for 20 years tinkering. I know I'm a weirdo.
I'm guilty by association.
That is very generous of you. Very, very, very generous statement about yourself.
I'm proud to be one of a member of this party. One of you. And I take a big drink.
The antisocial group.
You know what? It would be so funny, Opal. Cha's not here. He won't be here to see me if I go dancing on the club floor. That would piss him off.
That would. I
And
can
so
see
she
one of
gets
two
up.
things happening. He could be
He walks
incredibly
in.
happy, or he could be not
Disappointed
too
that he didn't
upset.
see it.
Exactly.
Well, like, here's the real kicker. If he's not here to see it, it might as well be that it didn't happen.
He'll never believe us if we say anything.
You might as well say that I'm a hula hooping champion. I know all of the tricks.
Speaking of Cha, actually, speaking of Zed, so Zed, what is Zed doing? Just chumming it up with the tavern folk, basically?
Yeah. Yeah, I was up at the bar. So Zed's more or less hanging out, kind of waiting until Cha gets back. He'll most likely stay up until the bar closes and they start cleaning up and then end up heading off if Cha's not back by then.
Okay. So in that case, we'll shift the camera to Cha. So what's Cha doing after this reveal?
So Chop, he sits in the alleyway for a little while, contemplating, and then he slowly kind of uses his staff to climb back to his feet, and then comes to the edge of the alleyway and looks in both directions and throws his hood over, which he hasn't really done much. Throws his hood over his head, and his whole gait just sort of changes. He's not walking as carefree anymore. He's not bouncy. There's the image of someone who knows the shadows and how to walk in them, and he's practicing that. So he's gonna basically stealth his way over to Sarah's house, try to get himself shake the tension and the and the difficult thoughts, and try to just have a nice evening with her. Just an hour or two. Just wanted to hang out, play with her brother. Maybe meet her parents. I'm not sure if she lives with her parents or if she lives with her brother. But just have a nice evening where they just kind of laugh and share,
She,
share some tea or a drink or something, and talk, and talk seriously about that. That he's gonna go on. He's gonna be going out of town a little bit with his friends, but he'll see her when he returns, and he really likes her a lot, and he's had so much fun with her. Appreciates her kindness and sweetness, and then he'll head back to the he'll head back to the lofty highborn. It's not going to be out too late.
I mean, like you said, it was only a couple hours, so
Yeah. If he comes in and sees Niavara dancing, I mean, that would be the highlight of his life at this moment. If he doesn't, it's okay. If he missed it, if she wanted him to miss it just to be able to throw it in his face later, he would perfectly understand that too.
I know, is Niavar dancing?
Yeah, she's clubbing.
So Cha
No
walks
one
in.
will ever believe.
If Cha walks in and she's out there on the dance floor clubbing, all the heaviness, he throws his hood back and all the heaviness kind of drops off for a moment, and he's like, "What?" And then he kind of tilts his head and he's like, "She's good." And of course he'll just run out there and be like, "Yes, Diavara, you're awesome!" And he'll start clubbing with her.
Niavar will freeze after he makes his appearance. Like, no. Ah,
Oh,
so you're
stop!
back. You're back
I've been
early.
watching you.
You are
I
back
saw
early.
you.
I don't know what you're
No,
talking
I'm
about.
back exactly when I said I would be back. I said I was only going to hang out with her for a couple hours.
And good job for that. And she's flushing. She's embarrassed.
Oh my goodness, what? Why are you hiding this part of yourself from me? You know I want to start a dance club. Let's dance.
Naderas are typically like, I'm not. And she sort of just shakes her head. Like, I was doing it for a bit. I thought it'd be funny because if Kozik said, "Oh yeah, Niavara went dancing," I figured you weren't going to believe him. I thought it'd be
Niavara,
funny.
I'm imagining as you're talking with Cha, you'd look over to the table that Kosik and I are still sitting at, and you just see Opal smugly smiling as Cha walked in.
Betrayal. Betrayal. Ugh.
Never tempt fate, Niavara.
I'm sorry. I totally screwed up your bit, didn't I?
It's okay. I do forgive
Well.
you for the screwing up my bit. However, barring that, we are happy to see you early. She looks over to the bar for Zedran. You did miss, however, Kozik making his shot and it going far more successfully this time with the singer.
Really?
I'm just a patron of the arts.
I'm imagining that we walked back over to the bar when Kozik, when Chaw walked in. Did Zedran see him, or was he looking for Chaw?
I don't even know if Zed saw Niavara dancing.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah, you were probably, with that perception of 9. I mean, you were just chumming it up with folks. They were talking to you. They were, telling stories about the merchant life around here. Talking about how one day they want to get a house up in the, the nobles area. Just Typical banter.
Nivar will put her pinkies in her mouth, separating her lips and whistle, and then call over Zedrin.
To which he like
So-
barely hears it.
She'll
Shaw
point
will
him out
walk up,
to Shaw.
Shaw will spot Zed and walk up behind him with kind of a half smile. Just put his hand on Zed's shoulder. Hey, buddy.
Hey, mate. How was it?
Oh, it was nice. Yeah, I spent time with Sarah. Let her know we'd be out of town for a while, you know. But yeah, it's just nice. We had some tea, hung out with her brother a little bit. He's adorable.
That
How's it
sounds
going over
delightful.
here, bud?
Well, we were all kind of staying up a bit, waiting for you. So I guess we could all tucker out.
Ah, yes.
And
That's a
at this
good
point, it's
idea.
like super late.
Sleep time.
When we all are around the table together before we head upstairs, Chaw's gonna be like looking at each one of you a lot more, longer and more quietly than maybe he ever has.
Hugging us? Did I hear that correctly?
No, just kind of looking at each one of you with like a
Ad break.
a
Boo.
smile on his face and just
I see
looking
the baseballs.
longer than he normally would.
Insight check.
Nice.
The drinks have gotten to her, apparently.
Let's see, what would Chaw do? He would do guess he would do I don't think he's trying to hide anything, so whatever you seem to glean from that roll.
Something's up, I guess. Like, that's like a slightly above average. Like, she can tell that something's off, but like,
Chaw scritches little one's little chin if he's there with us. If they're there. Hey, guys ready to hit the sack?
I suppose so. Although, she looks at Zedrin. I drank a bit. You drank a bit. Who's actually doing watches, if we're doing watches at all? Are we going to trust Tiffany's fine establishment?
I'll do the first watch.
Zed, you'll see Zed just kind of like slaps himself on both of his cheeks a couple of times. He's like, I blinks, goes wide. I definitely got to do a watch at least.
Yeah, but like, which one?
Well, I might need to lie down for a bit, but Cho, you want to wake me up here in a couple hours?
No problem, buddy. Sleep it off.
He'll put his hand on Chaw's shoulder and just kind of like shake. He's being like super chummy, and like Zed's just buzzed.
As we all walk upstairs, Chaw's like, "Did you have a good evening? I saw Niavara dancing." Said you missed it, buddy. It's the stuff of legends.
Don't listen to them. Like, I'm definitely a good dancer, don't get them wrong, but like, really, Zedrin, can you imagine me on the dance floor? Ugh, my god.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I barely believe it, and I actually saw it.
Opal remains silent.
Point
Oh,
Hey,
being,
Kozik! Did you have a good night, Kozik? Man, I really like that horned helm of yours. You been hearing some cool stuff? Like,
No.
He just brought up like I didn't even think about it. OOC, Kozik's just literally hearing like just all of the
Everything.
conversations everywhere that we go.
Well,
Just
No, I can only
constant.
hear what's within range of me to hear. I mean,
well, if you
doesn't
look
give
at
me
the helm,
hearing.
it's you activate it, so it's not just like passive.
Okay.
Oh, it's not
It's an
all the
action.
time. Okay.
It's an action
It's
to
just a
basically
fucking
cast it.
satellite dish just taking in everything.
Strangely, it doesn't really help me understand what Niavara is talking about most of the time, but
I believe that, buddy.
hardy har har har.
It's almost as though I purposely obfuscate my language in like severe and complicated ways with the intentional goal of misleading you.
Because it's
Almost.
funny.
It is almost like that. Yeah, almost. 100% actually. It's that.
I
It's not
wonder if it might
almost.
have something to do with the explicit detail that I've told you about, Ms. Kozik, wherein I worship a god of liars and deceivers. I wonder if it's related to that. Let's have a hard think and come back to it
Well-
later. I have confidence in your ability to think.
The
Kozak,
helmet
remember that she just said
doesn't
that
help.
every time she gives you shit about your patron, okay?
Yeah,
Listen,
well,
I give him shit about his patron, not because I expect anything better. In fact, explicitly otherwise. It is merely a matter of looking in the mirror and understanding, I clearly have something on my face right there.
see
Both
what I
things
mean?
can be true.
That's good. That's honesty.
Zed licks his thumb. He's like, "Hey, what you got on your face? I got it."
I was going to ask you a question, Zedrin, but I think you're a little bit toasted. Marshmallowed, I think is the phrase.
Marshmallows.
Sloshed? Buzzed.
Cha looks over his shoulder down at the patrons in the lofty highborn. Is anybody watching us closely?
You can give me a perception. That's a
Natural
great use of a
20.
natural 20 because there actually is
Damn.
nobody.
Nobody. Okay.
There's
Nothing out of
people-
order. Or...
There's people
Still
like
comforting though.
yeah, like
Yeah.
you are. Yeah, it's not so much
Yeah.
that I rolled really well and nothing happens. Like I rolled really well and I am sure of this now.
Sure, that's okay. Yeah, which is what he wanted, to be sure. He's like, "Hey, Nevada, did you spot anybody?" And he
No.
kind of lifts his eyebrows.
No one joined the Nadera, at least. There's that.
Okay.
Which is as troubling as it is trifling. I will admit I wasn't keeping an active eye out.
Yeah, you never know when Tamara's gonna be sitting right next to you.
Tamara jump scare.
The Tamara jump scare.
So we head to bed. First watch
Slowly.
Chaw, it sounds like.
Charles, if we're all staying in the, are we all staying in the same room? We have 2 rooms, right?
2
Yes.
rooms.
We had 2 rooms.
So before people start splitting up, Cha's gonna kind of usher everybody into one room. Hey, everybody!
Oh.
I need to.
Group meeting?
Yeah. Just she trails off.
Yep.
Once he gets everybody in, he kind of slowly closes the door, pauses while he holds it closed, and then turns to everybody. You guys, was contacted
Still
by
nighttime,
a
so
member of
I
my
need more nighttime scenes. I
my
think that's
old
what
order.
I'll build next.
tonight, and he said that my family's aware that I'm alive still, and they're maybe looking for me. I had to tell all of you because it could be very dangerous for all of us if I stay with you, and if they
Wait,
find me.
your family from the hells, like the demons. I thought you were sort of like playing it up for laughs, that you were just a tiefling.
Chalk kind of lowers his chin to his chest, and he's like, yeah, I thought I'd left it all behind, you guys, really. I And he looks like pleadingly at everyone.
I mean, I'm not mad, but like I'm more just like curious. What exactly do you mean by they're coming after you? Like, what would that entail if they, for example, found you?
Shaw just, his lip quivers a little bit. He's like, uh, nothing good.
Okay. How about some explanations, some words? We're all grown-ups here. We can all detail little explanations of torture.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've all got screwed up pasts, except Kozik, of course.
I am fine.
Uh,
I like how the assumption for me is that.
Yes.
okay, maybe Opal and her wizard tower
Mhm.
was a very positive experience. Anyway, you're right. We're all grown-ups. Okay, so you know how we've been running into some various entities that are from my hometowns, you know?
The hells.
The hells. Well, I mean, we've sent them all back to the hells, and it sounds like maybe my presence is being noticed there again, which means if my parents and my family are looking for me, if they find us, I don't know what they would do, to be perfectly honest. I just can't imagine it would be good. I faked my own death to escape them.
You
If
mentioned.
they know I'm alive, I don't know what they might do to all of us. And I don't know, honestly, what they've been planning with the other families down there, because they're scattered across the plains, I've noticed. This is
I
not good
I
news for
chalk.
anybody.
If your real family found you, would you want to go back with them?
Absolutely not.
So we kill them. Easy.
Neovara is right. If they don't want to leave you alone, we will make them.
You guys, they're very powerful. They have a wide net of influence.
Guerrilla tactics.
Yeah, we're just like some small nobodies. Do you know how many bigger people I was able to get in and out of their house by like just being myself and being quiet and unassuming? You live on. If we have to disguise you as Zareth and like I don't know, go hide somewhere for a little while, like wait till the heat's off, fake your death again for kicks and giggles. You
I
know, the whole 9 yards.
speaking of
like
powerful, mate. And Zed's gonna gesture to the box that we've got. Lady Miriam dropped these off for us earlier. You might want to take a look.
Chuck kind of steps over, just kind of smiling. You
I
guys,
and
your attitudes are great. I love it.
to Neovora's point, it'd probably be pretty hard to find us if we're out in the astral sea.
I figured that we move around quite a bit. This is the longest we've stayed anywhere, but still only a few days, really.
And just change your
Um,
name again. And we could all change our names too. Like as you were saying, we should probably be using fake names anyway.
Yes,
I
this is
definitely don't have
probably a
any
good idea.
deep-seated feelings about the idea of picking a name for myself before my 100th birthday. No siree.
Yeah, raw Chafiki's got a good ring to it.
I do kind of like that. Chow looks over at Kozik.
And he looks sadly like he knows Kozik would definitely not want to change his name.
I will
Like
be Kramer
100%.
Deep Shaft.
What?
I would go that
Chaw's,
far.
Chaw's jaw drops open. You guys are the best. Well, I guess for the rest of it, I've mentioned the group that I was a part of before, the Shadow Reapers, and
Some.
I did some really. I was a different person back then, very very different, and but I really trusted my mentor. He took me under his wing, and he taught me all these things I know. I still am practicing the techniques he gave me, and I've keeps learning from them. He was incredible. But my order has been scattered now. They're in hiding because of a potential leak in our group, and that could be why they may know of my presence as well. My friend seemed to point out that I've made some missteps, maybe stayed too high profile with all of our actions and did not try to hide or cover up my tracks, which I think is true, because I really didn't think anybody was looking for me anymore. It's been years. But I suppose there's something bigger going on that maybe we're a part of, or we're sticking our noses in, that could rouse attention back in the land of Batur.
Hmm. Unnerving and frightening, but deeply interesting. Love that all three of us are like actually criminals. She corrects herself.
Awesome. Hmm.
You and Chaw, you, Zedrin, myself, all criminals. I love it for us. High fives, everyone.
I agree with that. Cha gives a high five to both of them at the same
So,
time.
so Shaw, it's up to you, mate. But while you were out, we were kind of discussing more or less what we're going to be doing in the morning, and kind of
Yeah.
first and foremost meeting with Tamara. I just want to throw out we kind of came up with a few things that we were planning on asking her, and maybe consider asking her about this. It's obviously up to you. I'll leave it at that, but um, we're leaning on her to try and get a lot of information, and she seems to be the resident information broker around here, so might be
That's a good point.
something to think
Did
of.
Did Niavara share with us that she had asked Tamara? She did, huh? That she had asked about this
Mm-hmm.
figure. So Cha's like, "Hey, that's a good idea. You asked her to keep an eye out for Yes, we'll add that. Lady Miriam should know as well that there could be an infernal influence in her city or in this land. Yeah, that's a good. And yeah, what was our plan? So, did we want to introduce little one to Sarissa? Is that
But we
If
were leaving that
Tamara's,
more or
I
less
object
up
him.
to right.
to what
Kind of
Tamara says? Gotcha.
ask her what she thinks, and I also, and I don't know who has the box, but I'm assuming we kept the box that's got these two necklaces still in them.
Yeah, he pulls it out. You showed it to him. He pulls out the necklace, is just kind of holding it and talking.
It's a bit weird when you first put it on, but it nestles itself right away.
Nestles?
You'll know what I mean.
Okay.
It's hard to explain.
It's pretty. She kind of shakes it in front of his eyes. This
Yeah,
is from Tamara?
well, no, it was given to us indirectly from Miriam through
Oh.
Tiffany, and don't really know what they do, but they seem pretty special.
Oh, okay. Well,
They
I'll spend my
uh,
first watch trying to take a look at it, see if we can identify what it does. Um, so he won't put it on yet, but
Would be
he'll
a
keep it in his
spell.
hands appreciatively.
Right, mate? I'm gonna tuck her out.
Yeah, all right.
Come give me
Okay, that we got
come
a
tap me
plan.
on the shoulder and I'll get next watch.
You got it, buddy. And Charles is like, he definitely seems different. He's like, yeah, and thank you, thank all of you. It's like he wants to say something else but doesn't know how to.
I mean, we're a fell company, and like, I regret to tell you this, but like, when I found a bunch of like upsiders walking around the Underdark, I knew that it was going to be quite the adventure.
That it
And you
is.
haven't disappointed.
Oh, well,
Indeed not.
I'm glad your assessment is at the entertained.
Uh-oh.
Something like that.
Am I lagging? Yeah. Okay.
So you get the first watch. I rather imagine that you look like you're going to be a little bit hungover tomorrow, Zedrin.
I have some water here. I still have some door.
Oh, there it
He
is.
holds out his water skin.
And with
I'd say
that,
Zed,
Neovar will pat
Zed
her
is
legs and say,
actively ignoring Shaw's water, and he's also a pirate, so I don't even know if he's capable of being hungover.
A little bit of lag. 1 sec.
Is that a special feat of pirates? They just can't get drunk. Like Captain America.
that specific monk subclass.
They had the drunken style.
Hmm.
Child's like, no problem. He uncorks it and takes a big swig. You know, at this point, I think he's finished it. Like, this is his last sip of that water. Gloop, gloop, gloop. And the piss water is gone. Cock closes his eyes and thinks back to the moment they entered the material plane so many weeks ago, or months, or however time I was working in the Feywild, and then yeah, he sits down for his watch.
Well, I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Kozik, good luck with your lady friend if you do get a chance. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, going to bed.
Oh, please behave yourself, Neovara.
Behave yourself. I'm going to pray.
Wow.
Oh, well, that was a switch.
What do you think I do in the night?
Night
Plot?
activities? I don't know.
Scheme.
I'm a cleric.
I think my lag is settling. Okay.
I know that's probably hard to
I-
believe.
Oh, I understand. I do too.
All right. So it kind of sounds like people are calling it a night then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll sit down and Child during his watch, he's gonna concentrate on this amulet and just see if it has like what properties, if any, it has other than just being a cool symbol that shows that maybe we are friends of Lady Miriam.
So typically you'd need the identify spell for that.
Isn't there something
Unless you
where you
attune
can sit
to
with
it.
an object? Oh, does it need attunement?
No, it's one of those you wouldn't really be able to ascertain it without a spell. But I was saying
Oh, okay.
typically
gotcha,
you can
gotcha.
kind of find out a property on something once you've attuned to it. But this
So
is
in
not
that
one of those
case-
cases, so you probably need some other means of identifying things. Like you can do like an Arcana
Gotcha.
check to maybe ascertain what properties it could be, but it wouldn't narrow down definitively.
We've had somebody who can identify things, don't we? My Cozy can
I
dispel things. Can
I can
somebody
detect magic.
identify?
I believe I
I
also have detect magic.
I believe that technically speaking, aren't you a prepared caster, Gavin? So shouldn't it be
Yes.
in one of your? If you have access, yeah, you have identify. You just have to actually pick it
Yeah,
as
as
one
an
of your spells.
artificer.
But you can only do that tomorrow. You have to prepare spells.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so he doesn't. They don't have it right now.
Mhm. But they
Okay,
would
so
in the morning.
Cha will throw an Arcana check just for the heck of it and see if he gets anything.
On a
12.
12, nope.
Okay. So he's like, he will, he kind of thinks about Lady Miriam. She's done them pretty well so far. It's like, I'll have a little trust here. And he'll put the amulet on, and he'll kind of watch it do its thing where it sort of integrates.
Integrates and relocates. Effectively not taking up a next slot.
Gotcha. He can feel that obsidian key kind of knocking against his chest as he slides it on.
And
And I think one
give
last
me an
thing before he
insight.
goes to bed is okay, sure.
It's more of like
17.
a search your feelings kind of thing. With
Yeah.
the events that transpired this evening, both motivational and harrowing, it just kind of feel like it's almost like this key has more weight than it did before. Not physically, just kind of like, you left home with this relic. And it's just like, it's just this constant reminder now. Maybe not like in the forefront of your mind, but just sort of like in the back of your mind. It's just the only thing that you took from home was this key. And it's almost like, when you tuck it away or you kind of feel it on your chest, it's just maybe it gives you like memories of home that you tried to suppress or forget about. Not that you really know it's the key doing it, but just sort of, that sort of triggering event. So it was more of like a search your feelings kind of role, not necessarily like, is the key lying to me? It's just like, nah, it's just, kind of a wisdom.
Okay. And I think one last thing, he'll try to sort of like tap into his key power and try to feel more insight into what that oddity was that Opal had pointed out last time, if he can.
That would be a separate insight.
Okay. 16.
Not bad, but so you try to tap into that, and you're not really like, you feel your key is normal, but maybe there's like a little bit of awkwardness to it, and you'd probably chalk it up to, sort of being off your balance tonight. Like all this stuff just coming out of nowhere. The weight of the world is now on your shoulders, whereas before you were very carefree and, sort of free to do what you will. And now there's this sudden, like need for caution, this sudden threat, this looming entity that is your family is now back in the picture that you tried your best to remove yourself from.
So the before he had met with his old his old compatriot, Opal had told him this was happening. So he knew something was going on before all that happened. Is there anything else he could get out of it
On a
other
16,
than what?
unfortunately. That roll,
Okay,
I'll just say that roll was it's a very high requirement.
sure.
Because Opal rolled like a nat
Okay.
20 on it, so.
Right. Okay, that's all. Cha will take his watch and meditate and try to
Or
still his
super crazy high on it. So give me a perception as you are taking watch.
14.
I mean, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Okay. So after an hour or so, he'll go and take Zed's shoulder and just kind of move him a little bit. Hey, buddy. Feeling up for a
Hey.
watch?
Hey. And Zed will kind of just get a little stretch, and he'll look over and I'm assuming see little one's asleep, so he'll try not to wake him. Hey, get some rest, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Got like a nat 20, then a 25 Arcana, then it's
Cha goes and throws out his pad and lies on his back with his fingers crossed on his chest. Closes his eyes slowly.
all right. So Zed's watch. Give me a perception. 16. So with the 16, you are also confident nothing is off. Quiet night.
Sounds good.
So it's just 2 watches.
I'm sleeping.
Righty.
I think, yeah, did anybody else volunteer?
Morning watches Neavara as per usual, but yes.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say it's almost kind of the expectation.
right.
So a couple hours later, there'll just be kind of like a light knock on the door across the hall.
Neavara will poke her head out and smile.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm gonna
Watch.
lay down for a little bit.
Of course. Good night. And she'll do a little peace sign.
Zed'll just nod and kind of mosey back across the hall.
Wow, that was a very naturalistic scene you guys just had there.
Yeah.
It sounds
Neo-
like
in this episode.
Iavara, give a perception.
Let's go. She's not just gonna like be in the room, she's also gonna like do a quick little jaunt down to the hall.
Damn.
And also like looking down at the
Whoa.
bar area.
Not even a natural 20.
Yeah, well, 18. That was close to a nat 20.
Close though.
So, yep, off by 2. So you can sort of expand your watch location, and it's pretty quiet down there. Like, it's no real hustle and bustle. There's obviously always a couple of customers. Tiffany is not there, but her workers there as they do. 27. So give me a second to check something. Yeah. So with your 27, you don't see anybody downstairs. You don't see anything really out of the ordinary. It's just sort of patrons doing patron things, getting beverages, getting food. I mean, also the smell of fresh cooked food in the morning, you know, they get prepping for the day kind of deal. And yeah, you go back to the room at some point, probably. And
Yeah, she would do her little parade around and then she would head back upstairs. To do her usual morning routine.
So whose symbols do you have out this morning?
So whose symbols? As in, like, which of her gods she's praying to?
Yes.
She would lay out the travelers, of course, naturally, but she would also specifically lay out the fury and the mockery for advice. And after, she doesn't have the shadow is the real trouble. If she was, she would have been interested in putting his out if she had one of him.
Are you sure about
Not
that?
good. She looks quickly through her coins. Is there a new one?
Where's her thing? Give me a moment. Let's see if it actually integrated properly. Ah, it did integrate properly. So you're going through your bags?
Yeah, like if like she would have to go through it to pick out her symbols to lay out her altar.
Yes, I would highly suggest investigating your inventory.
Oh. Oh no. That's new. So she would pick it up, sort of flip it in her hand as the seeker of secrets. And she'd place him down alongside the others. So the layout of her altar is as thus. The traveler is in the center because that is her core. In the past position, which is the bottom left corner, is the mockery. The bottom right position, which is the heart, is the fury. And the top position, her goal, is the shadow. She wants
Is
answers.
it all the coins now? Is this all of them?
She has all 6.
Whoa.
And she'll set out to do her morning prayers and rituals in order to re-prepare her spell slots.
You have a full complement now.
Whoa.
She does, and it's very ominous. It is very ominous.
Would she keep that out when we all start getting up? Like, would we be able to see it? Because you kind of shared about the coins over the journey.
So it depends on like when you guys got up. Like she spends an hour preparing her spells every day.
I
Hey.
think Cha would get up like a little early this time, especially, and kind of notice. And I don't think he would really say anything. He would just notice and kind of be sort of holding onto that obsidian key around his neck.
And the symbol of the specifically the shadow is actually a block of obsidian in the shape of a tower.
Ooh.
So an obsidian key for an obsidian tower. Ha 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 ha.
Well, Neovar is also in the other room, so.
Yeah. if he came to see
Oh,
her.
gotcha. I think if he came to check, and I think he would too. He's feeling kind of paranoid. I think he would just walk up slowly and see what she's set out here, and
Have to give them a little bit of drama.
just be standing kind of over her shoulder to not interfere, but holding onto that key and looking.
Her incense is out, her altar's out. Like she's got like a mirror. She's got her knife. She's got
Actually,
oil lit.
Niavara, roll me a D100. Low was the good roll. Because I inverted it. I mean, it's still right in the middle.
So what I'm saying is like she's got like the full accoutrement of like her religious equipment. You probably don't ever see her with it out.
Right.
So let's see here, 43. So just as you complete your morning ritual, something does indeed happen. Something that's never happened before. You've seen the symbols kind of shift around a little bit, but that's kind of it. They just kind of move a little bit awkwardly. Almost like, they're trying to give you a message that, maybe is too limiting in the facet of they're just symbols on the ground. But this time, with that 43, and my game notes open, the symbol of the traveler darts out from the center and just kind of like slams into your chest and just nestles there, kind of like almost like magnetic attraction. It doesn't do damage. It doesn't like impale you or anything. It's not like attacking you. But it's definitely like this has never happened before. And you probably have no freaking clue what this means. It could be a good omen. It could be a bad omen. I mean, maybe there might be a little bit of a bruise. Like, let's go like as far as maybe like a bruise. Because after all, it is, a solid object.
She winces as she's done with it, and she's like, "Ow!"
Child's
she-
right there. He's like, Niavara, is that normal? Are you okay?
She pauses as she looks down at her altar, and she sort of collects herself. She takes the symbol away from her chest to hold it in her hand.
Welcome back from your ad break.
And she's like,
it sucks.
she'll look up to Cha and say, "No, that's new." And she'll rub it where it hit her.
Little sore, little tender, but you'll be fine.
She'll look down at it again and sort of ponder it. Can she roll like some sort of religious roll to like sort of try and parse out like what sort of an omen she thinks that could be?
Let's see, religion. Yeah, sure.
Chow will get down on his knees next to her and kind of look closely at her altar too.
There's a little blood on it.
Just a little, just a smidge.
On the knife specifically.
Oh.
So with the 22 religion, the events that have just transpired, for one, they've never happened before, or at least to this level of intensity. With 22, you kind of get a feeling that it's not out of, doesn't seem like it's out of like any sort of anger. Like knowing the traveler, right? The essence of change, the essence of, in some sense, evolution. It's possible that perhaps it's trying to almost kind of like maybe it's trying to give you a message of I'm trying to word this in a way that you would get from a religious aspect. Not necessarily like deepen your worship of me, but more so trying to get you to worship from a different perspective, which is kind of weird, right? Because you're used to being like, usually worship is very direct. It's very, I worship this entity, this deity, I give them praise, I offer, give them offerings. It's usually very direct. But this just kind of feels a little different. And you're not sure if it's some, maybe one of the others playing a trick on you, or seek out a secret. But this is the traveler symbol. This is a symbol of change. So what that means, but that's as far as you'd get out of a religion check, because I'm trying to base it in the aspect of the dictums of your deities. So it's like, okay, traveler change, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Perennial dictums, I believe.
And she'll think on it.
What is the traveler trying to tell you? That's the traveler, isn't it?
And she flips it over in her hand, and it's the symbol of specifically his sticks. And she's like, yes, it is.
Hmm.
I would love to know just as much as you, because he's been shockingly distant from me of late.
Noticeably, huh?
Very hard for
would-
me to get into contact with.
Why would that be? Is there any reason?
I don't think so. That I can, I don't have any reason that I can clarify. Maybe irritation at me being too truthful about certain things. But I guess I'm left with the basic instruction that I ought to evolve and that I ought to keep his dicta closer to my chest, maybe. That maybe I need to change what I'm doing. This altar, and she sort of gestures to her instruments. It's a lot more similar to what I would do beforehand, and, well, obviously. Most, I guess the way I could phrase it is there is no such thing as a, calm
it's morning
and
time, so I can
impassionate
change the scene.
offering to the Fury for advice. It does involve blood. It's my blood in this case, to be clear.
I see that. Stout looks. I've seen
Actually,
a
let's get
lot
a more
of things
morning
like
scene.
this where I come from, but I know what you're about. And he kind of looks
never-
around. He's like, "Traveler,
Morning.
none of us know whether she's ever telling us the truth or not. To be perfectly honest, you should be very proud."
Morning scene.
And you know what? They're alone. She will actually let her face become the proper changeling that she is. Granted, it's still with the blue hair, which is quite irritating to her, but she's like, okay, whatever. And she'll say, why, thank you, my child. I am aware of the good that she does in the world. As all my children do, children of Jess, children of change.
See, I really don't know if she's screwing with me right now or if Niavara is actually the traveler. You see, traveler? I
Yes,
really
you
don't
see,
know.
she's learning the ways of the becomer. To become close to me is to become close to the truth. To become close to me is to become no one at all.
Ooh. I like that. We had some philosophies like that in my monastery.
And then she'll readjust so that she's back in her more drow face. She'll mold it back into shape. And then she's like, all right. Barring that, though, that was very strange. I asked for this keeper or blah blah blah, the shadow for guidance. Let's see if he'll hear me. And she'll start putting away her tools.
Shadow.
The keeper of secret, the knower of knowledge.
Shadows.
Right, your group was also called the Shadows, weren't they?
I suppose we probably have a lot to do with that deity, although it was never explicitly stated. But yes, the shadows are something we learn to manipulate and to step into, to use to cloak ourselves with.
Hmm.
To be honest, I haven't really been doing much of that since I met all of you. I got a real reminder last night.
I suppose. And then she's like, "Are you actually okay, though? You seemed rather upset last night, I guess I could say."
Yavara, I've been trying to create myself from scratch. I've killed and remade myself like 2 or 3 times in my short life, and I was making someone new. You all met someone new. All of this is reminding me of where I came from. I guess I have to put it all together and figure out who I am instead of trying to change who I am all the time.
I mean, in changing the self, you start to know the true self even better. That is part of the ideology of the traveler. What side of the gym is its true face?
Yeah, right. I feel like it's all me. I guess I've been running from parts of me, though. My
Mhm.
family sort of represents that.
So the sun sets and the moon rises and changes upon us again.
Yeah, right. Right. We
It
can do
it'll
this.
work out and it will be fine in the end. And far be it from me to hold it over someone else's head if they haven't been fully truthful about their past. God knows. I think that Opal's figured it out. I wasn't quite as careful. Kozik is still blissfully in the dark. Zedjan will probably figure it out today with Samara.
You're going to let. You're going to be more open with everyone about who you are, where you come from.
I mean, I think it's more of a question of if we happen to run into, say, my parents, it's going to be rather obvious if changelings worked how I think they do. Granted, I could be wrong and we could be born out of some sort of dark ritual or incest with a ball spawn. Who knows?
There are many different kinds of birth and many different ways of species coming
Oh,
about. That
were you listening
Nivara.
the
many
whole
people are
time?
aware of. I don't. Yeah, sure. By the way, do you still need that identify spell?
Jeez.
You like totally forgot that Opal
Eating.
stays in the room with Niavara.
We were
Charles
being
Hurst.
quiet.
Opal's just been sitting against the wall, sleeping, waiting.
Woke up.
Quote unquote sleeping.
Charles like, yes, actually, that would be very useful if you could check out these little. We could figure out what these amulets do. Takes this off and gives it to Opal.
Awesome. Alrighty. Let's give it a go.
Didn't you already have
Using.
one? Didn't you have one as well, Opal?
Ritual, yep.
Oh, yes. Alrighty, casting identify on it. Let us see.
Casting
what
it
they
as
say.
a ritual caster.
I am not.
I actually
Yes.
think that you
Come
are,
on.
because you're a prepared caster, aren't you?
Isn't the spell ritual?
Well, there's some classes that Like it specifies if they're a ritual caster or not.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit! It is a ritual cast.
And artificer is.
I need the feet. Can cast
Yep, they
spells
can.
as
Needs to
rituals
do.
if they
Awesome.
have the spells prepared. Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so artificer is a ritual caster. Like for example, a sorcerer is not. They are not a ritual caster.
You can't ritual
Mhm.
cast. Gotcha.
Like it looks like
Fine.
even warlocks are not ritual casters. They get their spells back on short rest, so that makes sense. So not necessarily all spellcasters can be ritual. What I'm getting at.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
So you take the 10 minutes to
Travel,
cast it.
Cha will flick the meal coin to Niavara while Opal's doing that. Your turn.
I mean, it's only one. The casting time for identify is only 1 minute.
Yeah, it's 1 minute, but as a ritual, it
It's 10
extends the
minute
cast
ritual.
timer to 10. Well, 10 plus the original cast time, so technically 11. We just say 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
So identify
Job.
would inform you that the amulets are they're essentially like badges. They are attuned to a sort of like frequency to the extent that if you were to go into like Miriam's castle, the guards would just automatically know you're cool.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of like a badge, not necessarily like for communication or anything, just sort of a. There's a
We're
little bit of
chill
magic to it.
badge.
Yeah, it's like, you don't even necessarily have to have it out for them to be able to identify it.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Well, this is just these badges essentially tell Miriam's people that we are chill. We can enter her castle without having to schedule an appointment, though I still think that would be poor form.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe if
We wouldn't
meet
even need to
her
pull them
people-
out.
So if we met her people in other lands, they might know who we are too.
Most likely, yes.
Oh,
That's
And
perfect.
you also think to all those times that you went into that labyrinthian cave and how every time you've gone in there,
Oh, yeah.
they have flashed these badges at nothing, right? You never saw anything there. They always have these badges when they enter and exit.
I can finally traverse that fucking cave. Perfection. In any case, and Opal will hand back the badge to Cha.
Good work,
I'm
Opal.
tired of sitting in that corner. She'll stretch.
Yeah, let's
Let's
munch.
get a move on.
I'll go get the others. We'll have some breakfast. Cha will put the amulet back on until it kind of affixes itself, and then go and get Kozik and Zed and Little One, and Sari if she's around or if she's still partying. She had an all-nighter.
Yeah, she had all-nighter. She's plumb tuckered out. Alcohol.
Nice.
Yummy, yummy alcohol.
We'll give her directions of where we go so she can catch up with us later. And yeah, he gave the coin to Niavara. She can make whatever meal she likes.
Spider leg stew coming right up.
Fried
Not
rat.
like
that. Ooh.
Is the spider legs
Freaky
literal?
around here.
Yeah.
That's what a drow would be eating in reality.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Nothing but.
How uncouth.
I mean, maybe. There's a lot of spiders in caves, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Big ones.
Edible ones, as Cha has attempted on several occasions.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I was watching that Delicious in Dungeon. I love it.
It's cute,
Speaking
right?
of eating monsters from dungeons, they're horrifying. Classic.
I'm picturing that Neovar is like looking at you guys like, listen, I've only had like one proper meal in the Underdark, and no, I will not be addressing it. But like, I know that you topsiders don't like it. So like, don't say I
I
didn't warn
do.
you.
Anyway, I'm
And
not
so
the
she's
topsider.
close enough. You're not from the Underdark. How about that?
I thought maybe we could make meals that don't exist in existence. Like if we just started thinking of things and flavors and weird like shapes and stuff, then maybe it would just create whatever we thought instead of things we've actually eaten.
I'll let you do that next time. But she focuses her energy, and what actually comes forth is like a spread. There is meat on the table, but it's not necessarily immediately identifiable to most people. We didn't encounter one at the Underdark. I'm gonna send it to the DM so that the DM knows what I'm thinking of, and I'll let him decide how to handle it.
DM for the DM.
Yeah, me.
Oh, something like that.
Yep,
That would look like normal meat, really.
it would, but it would be
Oh,
prepared
no.
in a way with a bunch of fungi around it, as
I
well
mean,
as
by all
lichens,
means,
mold, and mosses.
by all means, describe it. This is you describing, your meals from home, or at least a meal that you want them to think is from home.
This was a it specifically looks like almost like a party platter. Like if you're actually looking how it was laid out, it looks like something that you would find at like some sort of high class event based off like the plates and the way that things are sort of spread around. At the top of the beast's head, there is a very large set of horns. You can tell that it's some sort of cattle, but it doesn't look like a normal cow either. Similarly, there's a whole different variety of mushrooms in a variety of very strange colors. Shocking blues and greens and oranges. Some tongue-shaped looking things that look specifically rather strange, as well as breads that are in the same color as some of the mushrooms on the table.
See if I can take part of a screenshot.
There.
Excellent.
The one Nadera I went to.
The presentation
Chas
looks lovely.
Mushroom.
sticks like a silk handkerchief on it in his collar and like grabs his utensils. Yes! Digs in.
And she's gonna grab one of the things of bread and dip it into the lichen in some water. It becomes a little bit of a spread on the bread.
Cha follows all the ways that she does it. He wants to have the authentic cultural experience here. He's going to do everything how she does it. While also assuming that she could be bullshitting through the entire thing.
You never know. But you can't deny the meal in front of you either way.
I mean, they could in theory. She's
Could
like, I
in
understand
theory.
there's a lot of mushrooms here, but this is the majority of our actual produce, from what I understand.
What a feast. It's fantastic.
Glory. Glorious.
Consume mushroom.
Consume mushroom.
Cha shares what Opal learned about the amulets, and it describes that they're basically badges that will, make us, will be cool with Miriam's peeps and potentially get into secret areas of tomorrow's organization without getting murdered.
Yes, the definite upside to that. Yeah, we could probably go through that cave without getting horribly lost or murdered. Which, upsides.
We'll just have to figure out how the rooms change and stuff. Didn't they all change?
Yep,
Hmm.
every time you went through, it was a different configuration.
Whew. It's the coolest cave. All right, everybody. So, what do you think? Do we want to take one of those jobs and just have it open, and maybe in the direction of Dale it will be? We could ask the people where these things happen. But there was an escort job we could do. There were a couple jobs where we destroy evil creatures or disturbing, disruptive creatures.
Hmm.
There was something about escorting merchants to a nearby settlement. It might be Dale, for all we know. That is part of what we wanted for Dale, was to set up, international or intercity trade. That's what they wanted anyway. That's why they made themselves appear to be humanoid. And so maybe it's a mission to Dale, which would be kind of cool. We can help. Make the merchant connection there if we escort these people.
2 birds with 1 stone, I am assuming.
Yeah, like 3, because then we could also see if Max has figured out the way to enter the astral plane yet. And then we'd also be taking Sarissa if we trust her enough. We should talk to Tamara about that first, for sure. And there was something about a widow who was seeking aid. That was something else. We could go to the guild and see what more details there are, if we can even do some of these things.
I think that unless the job takes us to Dale, that we shouldn't take it. Because our mission is to return to Dale with Sarissa and see about that.
Right. If we decide that Tamara thinks Saris is trustworthy. Otherwise, we could, like Niavara said, just let Sarissa figure it out on her own if she really wants to. But she'll probably figure it out, you guys. Like, it's like Niavara said, like, if she's some kind of an ancient dragon, she won't take her long to figure it out. I mean, would the mimics hide that area? Like,
I
I don't know
mean,
if
we
they
didn't
would
take
even.
them down there.
Wasn't
That's
it on a
true.
different plane of sort of pocket dimension or something?
How did we get there? Was there like a doorway or?
Yeah, we had to sneak down through the dungeon of his house.
Oh, I hope my portal still works since we swapped to the new server. Oh,
Right. Okay.
Right.
Didn't
so
even think
that's
about
where
that.
we freed Max and his crew, and then there was there was a room that's got like 4 sort of obelisks or something. I'd say that we all either stood next
Right.
to or put our
Remember
hands
that.
on, and then in the middle there was a bit of a kind of portal that opened.
Oh yes. Okay. Goodness. Okay then. To Tamara first, and then to the guild.
Right, I suppose she'll find us, won't she?
Oh right.
She tends to.
I think. Well, we
I'm
can go to her office, right?
When
She
we
has her
least
kind of
expect it.
office. That
He
creepy
does.
underground.
And with that, Niavara is in fact going to make an active perception check because Tamara does have a tendency of sneaking up on them. And I imagine by this point they're walking and talking, they're going like into the main area. And fails lower than her passive perception. She's mad.
Oh,
If she mad, she
Distractible, I
wouldn't know.
guess. Distractible, I suppose.
Niavara is struck by otherworldly anger.
I mean, you can
Hmm.
always
I
use
wanna-
an inspiration.
I want to perceive also.
No, we fiend with it.
Oh my god.
ooh, yeah,
Oh,
nice.
Kozik sees all.
Like Tamara must be around here somewhere. She's always sneaking up.
Is she though? You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
Because it's in the morning. I mean, you don't notice her in the building.
Okay.
So as they're leaving their rooms, Chaw's going to
But I'm gonna
he's
hold on to
going
that nat
use
20.
his hat of disguise, and he's going to make himself not really fully alter him, but he's going to change himself to look like a satyr, like the one that he became when they were down in that dungeon. So he looks like a satyr now, kind of like beautiful bluish fur on his face, and his horns twist more like a ram's as opposed to an impala.
Don't worry, Kozik. I'm keeping that nat 20 for a reason. So you go downstairs.
Yeah. So should we go over to the to her, quote unquote office? That sort of area, or maybe over to Lady Miriam's court, the big castle courtyard.
Probably try the office first.
Office first, definitely.
Okay. So we will head that way.
And Kozik, give me a D100. If you roll below, something funny will happen. If you roll above, nothing happens.
Do I have to declare anything or just roll it?
Nope, just roll it.
Okay.
Okay, nothing happens.
I kind of scratched my ear or something. That's thought I felt something. All right. I keep walking.
Conscience.
So you start heading towards Tamara's little hovel.
Yeah.
And with the nat 20 as you leave the building, I was holding on to that nat 20 for you. You definitely observe a little tabby cat that's just resting on the windowsill amidst the crowd, like, with the nat 20 like a block away, and you're a dwarf, so it's like, how are you even seeing this? It's like there's that moment where like there's just enough of a parting between people in a crowd, and like the light is shining on it just in the perfect angle, like maybe there's a little bit of a reflection on the window and it catches your eye, and you see this little tabby cat that you've come to be very familiar with, and it's just licking its paws and observing you guys from a block away practically.
Is this the one that says meow, or is this a different one?
No, if it's meow, that's I'll describe it as chunky.
Okay. Okay. I say, hey guys, that looks like a familiar cat, don't you think? Can't you see it way over there?
Huh?
Huh?
The cat?
Yep.
Maybe not.
It's been following us across existence, I think.
Niavar will
not a
specifically
cat,
try
that
and
is-
see the cat.
You see a tabby cat on the windowsill the same cat you've seen before that's not a chunky.
Haven't we been seeing that thing across the plains?
She'll go, psst, psst, psst. Here, kitty kitty.
It is way too far to hear you.
She'll gesture to it wildly, like, get on her feet. get on her knees, like, come here, kitty, 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 kitty.
It's also a block away, so this just looks really awkward.
She's fine with that.
And actually, you
We're
know
s-
what? Cats are
Just
kind of finicky like that. It just knocks over somebody's planter when you try and get to come over.
Oh, rats.
No, it's a cat.
I just realized this OOC, and so I just wanted to kind of implement it. Zed's gonna just try and like pickpocket someone in the crowd randomly because we haven't been doing that. I feel Niavara and
You're right.
Zed need to be robbing people more.
True to themselves.
She hasn't been stealing buttons that you know of.
True. Yeah, I think Niavara's been maybe holding up
Well.
her end of the bargain.
You properly pickpocket a, let's see, a stick with some fancy carvings in it, like somebody was carving some runes or something, but they weren't done yet.
Oh.
Now I kind of feel bad.
At any point.
You
let me-
could tell them you
Like,
dropped
man,
it.
I didn't want somebody's personal keepsake. I wanted some money.
Right? It's like this is
Jeez.
this is gonna
You could just
end
tell
up
the guy
being-
that they dropped it.
Or you could try
But-
to sneak it back in just to keep your skills up, you know.
But I do think it's kind of funny. He's like, we need to pickpocket more. Oh, now I feel bad for pickpocketing.
you're right.
Pickpocketing is funny.
Like,
Aw,
shit,
I feel
why I
bad.
can't do
Oh,
anything.
man. When did I grow a conscience?
I think so. Zed's gonna tuck it away, but he's gonna keep. Can I roll something to try and remember who this person is specifically, just in case it weighs on his conscience so much that he wants to like find them and give it back?
Sure. I think that's good. Let's see. Let's do a history with advantage.
Okay.
Hey, it's not like they're a very difficult to remember face. Basically, you just have to roll above a 10. I was just keeping it at 10.
Okay.
Because I was like, there's no way you'd roll below a 10 twice. You remember the face. You don't know where they live, who they are, what their profession is. But you kind of... Because you kind of need to, gauge how aware they're going to be when you're about to pickpocket them, kind of like finding your mark. So you had a moment, you had enough time to observe them. You just don't have any other information other than the fact that you stole a stick with some carvings on it from them.
So Zed's gonna tuck away his new wand.
Incomplete.
Conscience wand.
So,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so you guys are heading to Tamara's.
Right.
But Niavar is like, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. And it's just like every time she tries to interact with it, it just knocks another planter off the windowsill.
Huh.
A little bit of mischievousness. But you make it to the place that you know of as being her office.
We knock on it.
Yeah.
You hear like maybe like a slit open, and it's about what you expect cobalt height to be, and you just see a pair of like little beady eyes. Yeah, what do you want?
We're here to see Tamara.
Yeah, what do you want?
We had a deal, and you said I would be able to get information out of you tomorrow.
It's still in the morning.
That's technically tomorrow.
Yeah,
It's
technically.
literally tomorrow.
Given the urgency and desperation, I thought it would be best to check with you first thing.
Well, maybe you should check in the second thing, because my agent ain't back yet.
Interesting.
Well, wait. We had another couple other questions, Tamara, if you don't mind. Just real
You hear
fast.
like something lighting behind the door, and suddenly like the view of their eyes is like obscured by smoke. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had some dealings with the magic shop. You know, the scales, the scale.
Ah, son of a bitch. You see the like little eye slits close, and then the door open. All right,
no.
come into my office. Come on, get in
Oh.
here. Come on. No need to be
Oh.
talking about this out in the open.
We weren't
Okay,
actually going to
oh.
ask about the beholder. We promise.
Oh. When the door is shut, yeah, Cha'll be like, "You're right. So we figured out that it's a beholder and a dragon, right? I mean, you probably know all this stuff. We were trying to think, like, you know, are they trustworthy? We've been asked by the dragon woman to take her to a place where we had some weird magical dealings, and we weren't sure if we could trust her or not. What is your opinion?"
I mean, what's my opinion of
Of her, the dragon woman, like, do you think her moral character is fine, upstanding, neutral? What's the vibe?
I think she's a lady with a lot of skill sets that are real hard to figure out unless you know her. Yeah, I can go with that. I think that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
In a cryptic way, sure.
We're specifically more
maybe-
concerned, like, is her certain skill set having to do with, like, I don't know, reclaiming the body of a dead giant for her own power? Hypothetically.
Right. Self-serving? Could she possibly be an agent from the outside? Do you trust her?
I mean, she's a merchant. Can you trust any merchant?
Here, here.
Fair enough. She seemed very interested in a highly magical place we wanted to go to that has a dead dragon in it. And we know she's a dragon, so we were uncertain if we should lead her there or if that could cause problems for everybody, including you, since she's a merchant in your city.
She hasn't done anything against our little city here, so I don't really know what the big concern is here. I mean, if she wants to go and see something and you don't take her, then she'll probably be upset because there was something she wanted to see and you didn't take her. So I'd be upset if I said, hey, I want to go to that delicious restaurant over there. It smells like it's got some real good food and, something I really want to try over there. And then you go, no, you're not going there. And then I'm going to be like, oh, man, that sucks. You suck.
What if
That
the
was my
restaurant
worrying
was
concern.
potentially like, the destruction of your city and not just a restaurant?
She lets out a laugh, which is like a cackle, but it's a smoker's laugh. So oh, that's a good one.
See, this is why we love you, Tamara.
Your brutal honesty is truly amazing.
It's quite a joy.
Yeah, no, ain't
Um,
nobody taking this place down.
Okay. Confident? All right.
Not
then.
even a giant undead dragon.
My
Right.
question is, Neothara Cha, does she really seem like somebody with who would have the want to revive a dragon?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I
we
mean-
don't
Precisely
know.
my
That's the
question.
point.
Have you just tried asking her? that gets you a lot of answers if you're better upfront
We-
about a lot of things. I'm just saying.
This
We
is
did
true.
ask, and she was definitely like not sharing everything with us. Like we figured that out.
I mean, did you
did
ask it
ask.
directly though? Did you say, "Hey,
No.
Yeah.
excuse me, ma'am, are you trying to resurrect some giant dragon in a mountain or something? Because you know."
I believe they were trying to be not insulting.
Yeah, I guess it
But
was kind of indirect.
Yeah, because not
Hmm.
insulting gets you everywhere, right? And then she pulls out another smoke.
oh no, I'm aware, Tamara. I purely think that she simply wants to help the soul of the dragon that is stuck wherever it is go free, as anybody
I
would
want
want to
to
do with their
believe
own
that.
species.
I want to believe that. But you know, that's a good question. Maybe we should just ask her, hey, would you try to resurrect this dragon and use it to destroy the city or other people? And see what she says.
See, now
I
you're
will
getting it.
say, also, I will just point this out, Tamara. I have nothing but the highest respect for you, but like also, you can't be serious. Like if you ask someone who is planning something like that, they're going to say like, "Oh yes, definitely, I'm 100% planning something nefarious and evil." Mwahahaha.
That's where you're missing the subtlety of it, my dear. If you ask them that, then that's how you can tell if they're lying to you or not, because they're having to answer the question directly. If you already have a suspicion, then you already have half of the answer.
She's got a
I
point there.
suppose.
We all watch her very closely when we ask this direct question and see what she does.
Yeah, a lot of
I-
people that are throwing the wool over your face. They're gonna try and do it real subtly. You hit them with the 1-2. You get the boys out there. You hit them with the 1-2, and then you've already set the trap. So you already start looking at them. You're already observing them.
Cross-examination. I understand what you're putting down.
Yeah.
See, there you go. You would make a
Perfect.
great agent under other pretenses, I suppose. But you're one of them adventuring types, and I'd imagine you wouldn't really want to settle down into such a lovely place like this.
The Feywild. Let's just say it probably wouldn't sit well with me.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, you've seen the quality of some of my agents. I got some good agents. That Vine lady, and then I got old Thunder Thighs who's on vacation.
She seemed fine.
Yeah, sure. She pulls out another smoke.
In another life, I'll phrase it.
I think I might enjoy settling down here someday, maybe.
Who knows?
Hey, thank you, Tamara. That's exactly what we needed. A good refresher on honesty.
But you said that your agents weren't back yet?
Yeah, no, not back yet. I mean, you
What
came to me
time?
around like a noonish or so I'd imagine, in the course of 24 hours, it would be roughly around noonish that they'd get back to me.
Man, on the one hand, very fair and true. On the other hand, you can imagine my concern.
I could, but I'm trying not to. It's not my concern, sorry.
Fair enough.
Samara, well, one other thing which may concern you. I've been contacted by a former member of my an old teammate that let me know that there are infernal influences that may be trying to track me down, and I think you should know about it for the safety of the city. And Cha's he's gonna kind of try to take Tamara aside and in like in a little scrawl, he's gonna cast minor illusion where not everybody can see, and he's gonna
Minor illusion has. So you try and cast minor illusion and it doesn't work.
Oh, that's right. things don't work in here. Okay, never mind. Child like watches it fizzle out, and he's like, "Oh shucks." He's just gonna like tomorrow. I'm
Hey,
gonna
Cho.
whisper in your ear, okay?
If you need a moment, Cho, just let us know.
No, it's okay. It's I just want to. It's okay. Tomorrow, and Child's gonna go up next to her ear and kind of cup it, and he's gonna whisper the name of his family.
You almost choke on how the amount of smoke coming out of Tamara right now.
It totally reminds him of home in uncomfortable ways. And so he whispers the name of his true family name. And he says, and then he also whispers the name of the Carthrin family. He says, watch out for these groups. They might be infiltrating the city. They were definitely infiltrating Dale, the land not far from here. So it's just another factor to keep in mind. There is some infernal influence across the plains I've been noticing. My friends and I have been noticing.
Yeah, don't really have to worry about that too much here.
Okay. If you spot anybody who kind of who looks noble and infernal, maybe slip that information my way. So I don't want to be found.
So
by
look
them.
out for people who are infernal and noble. That
Yes.
sounds kind of racist right there. Why would I
What?
be why would I be look, I'm just messing with you. I'm just giving you shit. And she
I
cackles.
know. I like it. You're good at it. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's what I do. You're welcome.
So,
Well, we're gonna go on a trip thing from out in the wilds or anything that we can bring back for you?
Probably see Tamara at noon, Chaw. I'm sure she'll have something for us if she does.
No, anything that she might want. You want anything out there that you can't get in town?
My dear, I don't think there's really anything that I can't get if I don't put my mind, or what's the saying that you can't do the thing if you put your mind to it, you get whatever you want. If you put your, I don't really care. I get the shit that I need.
Yeah.
You can do anything if you could put your mind to it.
Yeah, that over there. Yeah, what you just said. That thing that you said with your words and your mouth. That right there.
Heard it quite often.
That's unfortunate.
so
Your father?
Damn.
Tamara,
Yeah.
would you, as far as Sarissa goes, would you feel like it's a good idea or a bad idea to introduce Little One?
She shrugs. I always, if it's somebody else's, resources, then I say by all means do it, and I'll be glad to watch from the distance to see their end results.
Think about it this way. Tamara said it herself. If we show her little one and she has some nefarious ideas,
Didn't?
thank you. The city will be able to defend itself, and we should be able to do the same.
Right?
Yeah, because we have highest quality security force. It's called subterfuge.
Ha 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 ha.
It is
And-
quite good.
And what would you make of Lady Miriam giving us these? And Zed's gonna he's gonna like detach the amulet and show it to Tamara.
To that I'd say, and she lights another cigarette. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Right? Zed'll put it back.
Actually, you know what? Like when you pull it out, Tamara would like little claps of little clawed feet would go up to you, And I mean, you're like really tall, so she'd have to like hop on a stool and kind of like pull on. Like, you remember that scene in Spaceballs when he's just like investigating the amulet and he's just like uncomfortably close and like looking at it and like inspecting it? Yeah, she's doing that. And
Sorry.
you
You
would
know?
definitely get that
was
very
yogurt.
acrid smoke. Yeah, welcome to the club.
It have any like scrying magic attached to it?
Nope.
You sure?
Am I?
I don't know.
We're happy to be part of the club, I think, is what we're trying
It
to
is
say.
very interesting.
Thank you so much, Tamara.
Yeah, it's what
Yes,
I
we'll
do.
see you at noon-ish. Unless whatever it is killed your scouts and that's why they're not back by now. Okay, I will not worry myself.
Ooh. Yeah,
If that were
right.
the case,
That's a
then your
dark
hair
burn.
would be back to its luxurious white. It's all right.
Yeah. And she's sort of
it's almost
weeping.
like you guys are like jabbing at each other, but just in very, very unique ways. Because you're just like, yeah, well, your agent might be just like, well, you'd have your nice hair if they were, yeah.
She wasn't trying to jab them at. That's the other thing about her. She's like, if it was my older sisters, that would be a drow raiding party.
Oh, in that case,
Those are
then
not
Tamara's the one that gets to jab in. Got it.
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But that's just her character, so.
Mhm. In which case, I will know that if it remains blue for the time being. Ugh. And by the way, couldn't it have picked like a more flattering color? It does not go with my purple very well.
I mean, do you really want to see what I was using? You know, why I traded for that?
You know, I actually am curious. Why did you want the white hair?
She pulls out of her pouch a tiny little coat, and it is the exact color of your hair. It's like, it's very regal. I just want to see if it would work.
She's blinking at it like, oh my god.
Like I said, sometimes you do things just to see what happens.
Yeah.
I
Is
was
it made
curious.
out of human hair?
Oh, I sure hope so. Human hair is actually really coarse.
Wild. Okay. Curiosity more than stated. Keep Shadow, forgive me for opening my eyes. Some secrets are better unsolved.
She kind of finger guns towards you.
With that in mind, will you come find us, or do we need to come back here?
Nah, I'll find you. I'll probably be bored around noon anyway.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for the advice. I suppose we'll bring the little one to Sarissa.
Yeah, let's do it.
Zedrin, as long as you're okay with it.
I feel like you might as well.
And we'll ask her to direct question whether she wants to annihilate the city with by resurrecting a dead dragon.
Oh, I love it when you say that. That's so funny.
And I don't know if we really asked, but do we have to worry about her beholder friend?
No more than you gotta worry about her, I guess.
Quite the pair.
Yeah, they know where they stand here.
We do have these badges representing Miriam, so more than likely they're not going to try too much shit as long as we keep our P's and Q's.
Well, you probably don't want to just be walking around showing that off all the time.
Oh, I've not
Right,
even
we
put it
got to
on.
be careful. We have to be careful with these,
Which is why I have it hidden away
especially
while I'm wearing
outside
it.
of the city. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know when somebody's gonna pick your pocket.
I mean, isn't that why the chain of these turns invisible?
You
So-
assume there's only one way to pick a pocket.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're not thinking big enough. Why do you think I have 20 pockets in this dress? And also, why do you think I wear armor on top of a dress on top of my undersheet, which has my pockets in it?
Yeah, I
Hmm.
don't wear anything at all, see?
Good luck pickpocketing Tamara unless you want to get a really nasty surprise.
I was not making a challenge, nor will I ever.
Aw.
Oh, speaking of neat things, though, Miss Tamara, what do you think about this? And Zed's just gonna pull the stick out that he just stole from someone on the way here.
It looks like a stick.
Right, let's go engravings on it.
Yeah, it's probably somebody's like family heirloom or some kid probably saying how much they love their parents or something. I don't know.
Or
Oh,
more than likely,
Really?
probably someone fucking around with some wood.
That's
All
true.
right.
It could have been a healing amulet for a poor starving child who's dying of like
Enough, Chop.
dysentery or something. Oh, I'm sorry.
He just tucks it back into his pocket.
All right, to the Adventurers Guild.
Are we going to talk to Sarissa? Are we gonna? We already went to the guild, mate. We got letters.
Well, we wanted to find out exactly where those missions were supposed to go to, so
Right.
in case they go to Dale. Unless we just know the details already from.
I was gonna say,
the
like, do they?
messages.
I feel like we should
Yeah, did they have details?
maybe
in
have
them?
the details.
I wrote down what he'd told us. He said, "Clear out a cave of evil, clear a well of pesky creatures, escort merchants to nearby settlement, and a widow seeks aid." But we didn't get any specifics.
All right,
Hmm.
get the hell out of my office.
Alrighty, bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. And she wraps herself in the coat.
Okay, Dungeon Master, did we get any details about those? Would we know if any of them are
Nope.
close to Dale?
So they were just like what are they called? Like billboard
flyers.
ad kind of things. Like, yeah, flyers basically.
Gotcha.
They don't really give details. It's usually inquire for more information within kind of thing.
Okay.
Because,
So you
if
guys
they
wanna
send
go
these
to
out to everybody,
Sarissa?
then it's kind of hard to track who's actually completing them. Because then everybody has the details.
Sure. You guys want to go to Sarissa first, just to see if we even want to bring her before we go to Adventurers Guild? I guess that
Yeah,
makes sense.
that sounds like the correct thing. Yeah.
Okay. To the what is the place called? The Scale and Chimes?
The shimmering scales.
The Shimmering Scales. Thank you.
So,
You realize we're going in there again.
I mean, we are entering this
We did buy
building.
something this time, the last time.
We are entering this building because this is where we know she will be. So it is not our fault.
We are paying customers, finally.
finally. Some of you more than others.
Yep.
So, yeah, you make your way from Tamara's to the Shimmering Scales, which is currently open.
All right, little one. Are you ready to meet someone else who, hey,
Yeah, she doesn't know that we know what she is, does she? So
Yeah.
maybe.
She presents as a dragon.
She
doesn't
in the I was gonna say, like, in the conversation that Zed had with her most recently, she was very much like gesturing to her
Ah,
like like gem shard scale things.
oh right. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, little one, do you want to meet somebody who's like you?
Okay.
Sweet.
Hmm.
Here we go.
Here we
Chalk
go.
kind of winks at Zed. Go for it, Zed.
Yeah, Zed'll nod, and I guess we'll go on in.
Same as usual. Shopkeep, elbows on the counter, staring.
Hello there, friend. Your favorite customers have arrived again.
Again. Hurrah. Exciting.
Again.
I got this little fella to introduce to you. This is little one, and he kind of gestures to his left shoulder where little one's perched up. And I was wondering if Sarissa might be around to possibly have a conversation.
Yeah, she's around. She's always around.
I figured. And any new sort of wares in the last maybe 10 hours
10
since we
hours.
were here?
Nope, nothing new right now. But you
Zed's
know
just
that the
fucking
shipments
pandering.
kind of don't come in until a little bit later.
Right?
So you gonna buy anything today?
Hmm.
Maybe.
You know, in all fairness, I was curious, and Chop pulls out his staff. Could this possibly be enchanted to have fired magic affixed to it?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, cool. How long might that take, and how much might that cost?
It's a good thing that I'm just a merchant. Any finger guns? I mean, what do you think I am? Some kind of a magical caster or some kind of creature with several eyeballs that could potentially destroy items or put you to sleep? I swear, people just have all these weird assumptions about people.
I had assumed that about you, as a matter of fact.
That's fair. Hey, Sarissa, get out here. Oh, I'm turning into Mara. And once again, a couple minutes pass and she steps forward from behind the like doors. And you know, she's just kind of there being her timid little self.
Hey, hello there, Sarissa. I've got someone I'd like for you to meet. And Zed's gonna kind of reach up to his shoulder and kind of flat palmed out so that little one can kind of step off his shoulder, and he'll reach down and set little one on the counter, and he'll kind of lean in on his elbow like he had been before during their conversation. Yeah, this here's the one that you helped me save. This well, we don't really know your name, do we? But we call him Little One. I just figured it might be special for the two of you to meet.
So she lowers herself to the countertop Oh, you're just the cutest, aren't you? And she gives him a little head pat.
So, you happen to find little one more or less in that place that we were describing? The one that, well, you were intended on going?
Sorry, say it again.
I basically we found little one where she was wanting to head to.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely interesting. One sec.
And well, I don't think they've ever met anyone of their kind. I believe you might be the first.
Hmm. And then she like lowers her face to meet like little one's face. Well, hello. Hi.
The DM gets to RP with himself.
Yep.
I love it. Those are the best. So what are we seeing in her body language while she's having this interaction? Like she's showing like cuteness, she relaxed, is there
I don't know. Give me an insight check.
okie doke.
We'll be wrapping up here soon. Gone a little later than usual.
18.
She seems less timid and more welcoming. Like her body language has changed a little bit from like shy to more like making herself seem more relatable. Like even you feel a little more comfortable around her now.
Cha kind of looks at Zed and flicks his ear, and in Thieves' Cant is like, she seems pretty cool. I think maybe we should ask her directly. What her, like Tomato said.
I feel Zed's gonna look at Cha and he's gonna get the message and he'll pause for a moment and he's gonna look at both of them like staring face to face. He's
Eye
gonna
to
look at little
eye to
one.
eye.
Can I insight check little one?
Ooh,
Yeah, you can.
interesting.
Can I petition to have advantage? Just
Sure.
because it's little one?
Know
And I
him.
don't think I'm gonna roll very high.
I mean, there's plenty of you with advantage and inspirations that nobody uses. $19.
Precisely.
He seems comfortable. He seems excited. He seems curious.
So with
But
that,
you kind of get a feeling that imagine meeting somebody of your of your race for the first time.
Yeah. It's quite a transformative experience, Zedrin.
yes, I was feeling out for, any sort of negative vibes. With that, Zed's going to taking this all in, because I will say almost kind of fatherly uh of this creature. He's experiencing this moment, he feels like with little one. So it's an endearing thing. It's special to him. So he takes a second and he looks over at Cha and he kind of signs, more or less to Cha. I feel like maybe you should ask. I can't bring myself to interrupt this.
Yeah, no problem, bud.
Chaw's, and before he turns back to her, he's like, we need to also consider, do we want to take little one back to that place? There's a lot of trauma there for him.
Yeah, I
That-
think
If he is related to that dragon.
that'll nod and kind of take that into consideration.
But I'll ask. We can think about it. So Cha will turn to Sarissa and be like, Sarissa, point blank, if we took you back to that dragon, would you try to resurrect it and hurt the city or anyone?
So she kind of tilts her head to the side a little bit, like, huh? But then she looks over at the
just need to
shopkeep,
know.
and you also realize that there's like nobody in here right now. And you see the shopkeep snap his fingers, and all the blinds shut. You hear the doors lock. And that's why I'm gonna wrap up the session.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Man.
very spooky, very
Wow.
creepy.
That's awesome.
Good session.
Well done.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that was
gonna be
good.
Yeah,
so
yeah, a lot
great.
of role playing in that one.
Lots of it. Oh my god.
So much.
Yeah.
And an interesting caveat is Sari is not inside with us.
Nope, she's not.
Oh, that's
Girly
right.
girl got locked out.
Wow. Oh, that's right. Gosh. Next week she won't be.
You see, I think that she should pull a bit on us at some point. Like, here's all the thing that Sari did while you guys were trotting around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know what? In all fairness, she's not going to believe this situation when we tell it to her. We're going
How
to be like,
so?
"Yep, we went back to the magic shop to confront the dragon,
And they locked the doors on us.
and they lock the doors in us, and you are locked out. You're not in there with us." She's going to be like, "What?"
Oh yes. I will say, a smaller lie is easier to maintain than a big lie, so it could be that she actually would believe it. At face value.
If
It's
I
not a
say
lie
she's
at all.
totally not going to believe it.
Yeah.
She's totally not going to believe it if I tell her the truth. Wow, that was great. Good stuff, Cubed.
Good
Yeah.
stuff as always.
Good session, everyone.
Wow.
I've been trying to make it a point to give you a nice cliffhanger.
I mean, I think that
Well done.
I think last session's cliffhanger was agonizing because we were so curious about what was in the box, and then when we were about to find out, you pulled it out from under us.
That's funny. In line.
Enticing.
But then at the beginning, we couldn't remember.
I know,
what
right?
the
I was
cliffhanger
thinking the same
was.
thing. We couldn't even remember what it was.
And it's like,
We
where'd the
knew that
box-
there was a cliffhanger.
Yeah. It's like, oh, she just brought it over to you. It's like, where did we get the box though? Like, what is it significant? Like, she just gave it that. Like, oh, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off. But yeah,
Yeah.
good game. We'll talk to you
Good
next week.
stuff.
Everyone, have a good
Yeah.
week. And
Have
good
a
luck
good night
adjusting
and
to
a good
daylight
week.
savings time, everyone.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I will not.
Say that again.
Y'all take care.
What was that?
All right. we're gonna wrap it up there. We went about an hour over the usual, but that was a lot of RP. So with that, whoop. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for showing up. But sorry, hydrate. Must hydrate. Oh God, my bottle's empty. Hip, hip, hip. Another bottle. Yep. Oh, as I was saying, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for lurking and popping in. And, you know, just thanks, like, in general. Like, I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy doing this even more with an audience, and I enjoy this even more with players and an audience. So, you know, these that's why I do this, right? To be entertaining, to tell a cool story. So, but either way, that was episode 60. Holy crap, we're 60 episodes in. Love it. Love it. So yeah, we do this every Tuesday at 7:30 Pacific. Daylight savings has kind of thrown people off a little bit. But if there is more D&D that you would like to watch or listen to, tomorrow we have episode hold on. So tomorrow will be episode 16 of The Wanderers. We start that campaign at 5:30 Pacific. And that goes on for roughly the same amount of time as this one goes on for. That's weird. Boo ads, boo. Whatever. What was I talking about? Right. Yeah, anyway. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for allowing me to do this, and I am appreciative of all of it. From the players to the viewers to the ability to even do this. So, from the DM to you, thank you. But it is time to wrap up the stream at 4 hours. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so tomorrow will be a completely different group, completely sort of different feel, and you know, I like to have these RP heavy groups. So if you want to listen in, by all means pop on in. Beyond that, I pretty much stream every day of the weeks aside from the weekends at 6 p Pacific. But yeah, and if y'all's on the YouTubes, I hope you enjoy this episode that we just had, and maybe some other ones. You know, I'm working on making things cool. I got some ideas that might integrate a little bit of some chat stuff, but you know, we'll see. That's down the line, a work in progress, and probably a test run in a new campaign. But the idea is there. I just need to refine it. Yeah. So until then, until next time, particularly until tomorrow, come on by. Don't be a stranger. And if you're just kind of curious, you know, when I go live, there's a little follow button, you know, right there, little follow button, right there on Twitch. Yep. But yeah, I stream on Twitch for inquiring minds. I should probably announce that more often. Anyway, love your faces. Catch you next time. All right. Farewell, adventurers. Farewell.